tell you what you can't do. That'll change all that. them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head.
Tell you what you can't do, can't do, can't do.
tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head. Tell you what you can't do, can't do, can't do. tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your
The meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
Hello and welcome to the Honor of Kings Championship 2024. We are now in the Pacific play-in. We have 3 teams, and it's going to be all a double round robin. We have SCARZ and Fearless Esports Hong Kong up first. My name is Holler, and with me is Kindofu. How you doing today?
All good, super excited. This time we will see who will represent the region as we go into the biggest competition of the year, the Kings Championship. Now, Holla, I think we have already seen, the plays of all the different teams and whatnot, but this is how it's going to go down, right? We're going to have a point system, like you mentioned earlier just now. We're going to have a double round robin, which means everyone goes up against everyone else once or twice.
Yeah, and it's going to be, we're going to see it once throughout today, and then it's going to be the same schedule as of tomorrow because we're just going to double it, right? So going into this one, I mean, all of the teams need to survive. They need to just play their hearts out. Every single game matters, especially going up against this one. But of course, the first match of the day is going to be SCARZ against Fearless Esports Hong Kong. And Fearless Esports Hong Kong had a great Pacific Open series. They were the champions. They've moved on. But Kindofu, your thoughts on that one?
I think at this point it's up for SCARZ, right, to prove themselves. We've already seen them in the last chance qualifier before the Esports World Cup. They did decently, didn't quite hit the mark, right? Still some gaps to fill. Let's see. It's been about a month or so. Can they fill up the gaps? Have they done so as well? And of course, we are live in Abu Dhabi for both teams here, SCARZ as well as Fearless Esports Hong Kong. It's a different stage altogether.
Yeah, different stage. I mean, this is it. It's live. Everything is kind of in person. Everything is kind of, it's a very different tournament playing these things live, right? And going into this one, we saw, Fearless Esports have a great time. They got themselves to this position, and it's a great honor for them. I mean, this is a stepping up for that. But SCARZ, it's going to be Rilver, Arashi, ASD, Zenz, and of course, Ochik. There's going to be SCARZ team. That's the lineup that you're going to see here. I think that this is a team that, they've taken their bump, so to speak. They haven't had the greatest of showings, but this is still a team that can make some moves, so to speak.
Yeah, for sure, right? And one of the things that we know about teams like this is they are always very clinical. And I think we all recognize, right, in gaming, it's called the growth mindset. So these players have been looking to grow. They have made some changes, per se, in their rosters. Let's see if the play style has been kind of improved. And let's see if they can deal the killing blow towards their opponents.
Yeah, and with each of these things being a best of 3, there's going to be a lot of strategy in mind. Like the counter picks, I'm going to be super excited to see these things because not only do you play them once, but you play them the second time, and then you're going to see those things up here. But Kindofu, walk me through the Fearless Esports team.
All right, you have already seen this 5 boys: Singling on the Clash, Dao Dao in the jungle, Fable in the mid, KK in the farm, and Woodwind in the support/roam. Now, you have already seen their performance, and there's no doubt, right? This is a team of championship material. Now, it's about consistency for these teams, right? So great that you won the first part of the Pacific Regions qualifiers. Now, can you do it again? And this time against SCARZ.
Yeah, and they won 10K going into this one, and this is a huge step up on that one, right? SCARZ, I think Nongshim, RedForce, both of these other teams are, formidable, right? There's going to be a lot at stake. There's going to be definitely more pressure going into this one because, again, you got to qualify. You want to get into the Honor of Kings Championship, but we're going to go into Game 1. This is going to be the first draft of the day.
All right, so we have the typical KK Arlie. We've already seen how strong this Arlie is in the hands of KK. Now they're gonna pair it up with the Zhang Fei and Musashi as well. Holla, I know you love a good Zhang Fei. You are Zhang Fei main as well. What do you think about the Fearless Esports Hong Kong lineup?
Oh, I love it. I love it. And after what I saw from yesterday, I mean, we know that Musashi was always strong, but seeing it just top tier, just dominate games and just control things. I mean, it's a great thing to watch. It's very fun to watch and it's very exciting. And the Zhang Fei just kind of backs that up. The synergy is on point. I think it's a great 1-2 combo right there.
Oh, for sure. And of course, Zhang Fei, one of the main benefits is it allows your farm lane to really stay in the lane and get as much gold as you need, right? And Arlie benefits perfectly from that. Now, on the flip side, we have a Lung. Not sure what the support/roam is going to be, but we have seen the likes of Yuhuan taking the stage by storm. What do you think about the SCARZ lineup so far?
I think it's a little on the squishier side. Obviously, it's kind of scary when you see a Musashi on the other end. Obviously, you have the Yuhan who can kind of, unending sorrow to get yourself out. But Musashi is just like, okay, you're going to run away, you're going to heal, you're untargetable, but I'm still going to chase you down to the end of the earth, right? So they need some way to kind of control Musashi, push him away so that the rest of your squishier glass cannons can do that damage.
Exactly, and if they get the protection that they need or the shield in the front that SCARZ is desperately looking for at this point, you can be sure this Princess Frost is going to deal a ton of damage. The winter is here, along with the Frigid Prison, Shattered Ice. That combination is always underestimated by opponents. And if you give SCARZ the lead in the early game, it's not going to look pretty at all.
Yeah, and going into this one, I mean, we saw this one yesterday, and it was a point that was brought up in the sense that, the Lady Jeanne was on the table, but they've gone with the Princess Frost, and they've decided to ban the Lady Jeanne instead. Walk me through that thought process, because I'm not a huge Princess Frost fan.
Okay, so I think we had our disagreements on this before. Like Lady Jeanne, I think the synergy for Lady Jeanne is great as on her own, right? So if you have the simple combinations, Ocean of Tears, into the Flowing Sign, you get the freeze, that's great. But sometimes, if you want to have a stationary opponent, where Yuhuan benefits, right? When she uses the Tragic Beauty, uses the Mournful Tempo, she needs opponents locked in a specific spot. And with the Destructive Deluge, sometimes it pushes people out of that range. So Princess Frost, a bit more difficult to execute, but when you land her skills properly, it does set up the perfect synergy for the rest of the team to capitalize on.
Okay, I have a feeling you just like Princess Frost because you're an Elsa fanboy.
Well, I'm not gonna have you bash my personal preferences here. But let's take a look at the mid now. It's gonna be Angela on the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. We've already seen how the Chaos Cinders as well as the Blazing Brilliance has done so much work for this team.
Yeah, and it's going to do even better, assuming it's able to just kind of ambush from the bushes, and then you have that the Musashi coming in just to clean them up. It's a little immobile for me. I would have preferred something a little bit more with a little bit more, mobility in that sense. But I think it rounds out the draft. Definitely on the squishier side, but you do have the Mayan and the Musashi to kind of cover your track, so to speak, and excuse me, the Zhang Fei. So you do have that meat shield in front. But going into this one, who do you think has a bit of an edge?
To be honest, I think I would prefer the Fearless Esports Hong Kong lineup a little bit more. A little bit more stable in the sense where Woodwind takes the smite. So if he's able to kind of disrupt the jungle, you could definitely see the gold swing and EXP swing into Fearless Esports Hong Kong.
Okay, okay. And, you know, you play the Zhang Fei the same way with the Smite. You like to be aggressive and to kind of just invade and to potentially steal some jungle minions. But, okay, the knock-up here, they've got the secondary one, and Rilver's so low, and he's going to give up first blood already. That is a bit of an issue at this point.
Yeah, Fearless Esports, this is what we definitely expect out of them. And not only that, look at Woodwind, his invading as well, making sure that he has glimpses of what's happening in the opponent jungle so they know how to rotate into the next few minutes.
Yeah, again, just living up to their name of just being fearless, right? Dao Dao was just hiding in the bushes, not worrying so much about farm, looking for that first blood to kind of further propel him in. Now he's going to go back to his own jungle to farm up. Fearless Esports right now in a bit of a great spot, especially early.
Yeah, great, but it's not the best just yet, right? So at this point, yes, KK is doing well. He does have an EXP advantage, but Arashi might be looking to try and stifle the growth because you don't want to allow this Arlie to be too far ahead.
Yeah, you got to slow her down, right? And KK here is just a capable farmer. He's definitely able to just kind of take over these games, given the space and time. But he's going to be a little pressured. He's 1 versus 2 versus Zenz, and of course, Ochik in that bottom lane. But you know, Fearless Esports realizing that hey, we can allow her to get her own space. KK, that is. So no real issues.
Yeah, at this point, it doesn't really matter that much. One of the main important items I'm going to be looking out for is actually Dao Dao, right? Once he gets that boots of resistance, he's going to be able to hold his own against Arashi, at least in the 1v1 for the time being.
Yeah, and look at that. It looks like Rilver's been killed yet again. You know, it just kind of springboards itself, right? It's one of those things where you've gotten that first blood. Now River is even further behind. This is a tough situation in that top lane. Xinglin is level 5. River is only level 3. Whew.
Yeah, that's a big difference there. And I mean, that's the benefit of picking a Ma Yin, right? A lot of people underestimate her range, her reach that she has, and especially when you have the advantage in the clash lane, Rilva is not going to have a good day at all. Now it's up to SCARZ. Can they find some gaps to maybe slow down the farm coming in from Fearless Esports?
So if you're from the SCARZ side and you see Rover just kind of struggling at this point, do you just give up the lane and be like, okay, you just find out whatever farm you can do, defend that tower as much as possible, but you know, we're not going to help you at all. Is that the gameplay for you?
I definitely would do so. I think at this point, right, it's really hard to try and come back into this game because bear in mind, you're not just losing EXP, you're losing gold as well, which means itemization-wise, it takes a lot of effort to get that balance out. I would rather go and invade onto KK's lane, give him a hard life.
Yeah, okay. And the Leaping Savior is going to be used right there. The time-lapse just kind of zoning everybody away. Nobody really wants anything. Now, with Rilver struggling, who on SCARZ has to really step up and just carry this game?
I think at this point, it has to be Arashi, right? Arashi will be the main win condition coming out from SCARZ because he's the one that's going to be able to tank and deal the damage.
Okay, and KK going in, he's going to lift step back. He did get the pick off on Zenz, who just got a little bit out of position. But Xinglin, oh, gets over the wall. He's going to be fine. He's styling as he cartwheels over the wall.
Yep, so interestingly, he does not go for resistance. He actually goes for the boots of agility. So he wants to get additional cooldown to make full use of his whatever combinations.
Yeah, and it looks like KK just being super aggressive. 1 versus 3 essentially in that bottom lane, and KK is still finding farm second high, excuse me, only to his teammate Xinglin, 2.8. He's doing quite well already. But it looks like they're going to start the... Oh, sorry, go on.
No. So they won't be able to do anything much here, right? And I think at least for the next 3 to 4 minutes, SCARZ has to play from behind.
Okay. All right. If they're playing from behind, though, how do they catch up? What do they need to do?
I think at this point, it's just to slow down the farm, right? And if they can, they have to protect every single jungle camp from the side of Fearless Esports.
Okay. I think that's easier said than done, but it is definitely a goal that they need to aspire to get to. And it looks like they're going to try to defend this tower. That T1 getting chipped. It's about half-life already, but that time-lapse zones them away. They don't want any of that action.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to be doing, right? That's the benefit of having the Sunbin as well. So Ochik, he's going to do really well for himself because they are a very disruptive draft.
Yeah, and Xinglin just running away. Rilver doing a little bit of damage, gets that the electrifying charge onto him. Did a little bit of damage there, but Dao Dao does need to be careful here. They do have the Blazing Brilliance in the mid lane with all 5 members of SCARZ, but the winner is here, and it's zoning most of them away. Nobody wants this fight.
I'm not sure if you see this, Holler, but I can potentially see a big team fight win for the side of SCARZ if they can continue this.
Yeah, if they could. And I mean, they tried to go for the pickoff, but Xingling just too mobile. Like, he's able to just get out whenever he wants. SCARZ not able to convert on these potential gank attempts that they've been having.
Yep, and we're gonna go for a short technical pause. But I like the fact that you mentioned that it's Xingling, right? So Xingling obviously very slippery, very mobile as well. But can you imagine any other members on the side of Fearless Esports? If they land that exact combination, it isn't as easy to get away. Sure, you have the Ali with the lift step, the maple dance, but as time goes on, probably later into the mid game, he will get bursted down. So KK, this is just a foreshadowing maybe. They need to be really careful of how KK positions himself in team fights.
Yeah, but I mean, he's kind of up to it, right? I think that KK is proven time and time again that he's very good on the Arlie. He's able to just be in the right position at the right time. Just, again, it's all about being a glass cannon and not being out of position. And I think KK does a good job of that. He obviously needs to be careful where he doesn't get controlled and just get blown up because he is incredibly squishy.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just looking for Rilver, funnily enough, because he will be the one responsible for the catch. With the flash into the Storm Strike, that stun for about half a second to a second will be enough time for the rest of the team to kind of collapse on any of the members that Rilver catches. So this will be the one opening that I think they will want to depend on, at least for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, but it seems like there's a lot of pressure on Rilver to do that. If you're looking at the rest of them, it's a little bit harder to get the Princess Frost, the Frigid Prisons, like, the time lapse, just getting them stuck in kind of thing. It's not as easy. So that control that you're looking for from SCARZ is, again, somewhat difficult, and I see that it could be a huge issue for SCARZ to kind of line that one up perfectly.
Yep, but what happens when they do? I think a lot of people, like I said, don't really put a lot of respect into the damage that this particular draft can be able to deal out. Bear in mind that if they fail to focus onto Zhen's, it's going to punish them really hard.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like SCARZ right now are trying to take the fight to them by pushing this mid lane, just forcing it out, getting Arashi level 10 already, doing a great job, actually out-leveling Dao. So if anything, he's been getting a lot of that farm. They're trying to funnel him as much as possible. He's 4.3k highest on the team.
Yeah, at this point, I think pretty safe to say SCARZ definitely has learned from their lessons in the earlier parts of the competitions, and this could be something that they could benefit off of.
Yeah, SCARZ doing a good job there, making sure that they secure their own jungle camps. They get that Azure Golem here. And it looks like they're going to go in for this one, the flash away, and it looks like Fable will be fine. But again, the flash was expended.
Yeah, take a look at the AoE of that, right? The time-lapse as well as the winter is here, exactly the same. It's extremely huge. So potentially you could catch off quite the few members on the side of Fearless Esports.
Yeah, quite large indeed. And definitely something they need to worry about. But starting those fights, again, you have that catch and then you have those zones, then I get it. So it really comes down to Rilver just setting those initiations up, right? But he's kind of behind. He's not the tankiest of heroes at the moment, so he might struggle here.
Yep, but we'll see. Eternity Blade on to Zhen's. Hang on.
Oh, the Blazing Brilliance, the Umbrella Outburst, that's going to be the first one used thus far. The Infinite Fastness, they get on out of there, and it looks like they don't want any of this action as Dao is trying to draw a bead. Nice two-man launch up the Unending Sorrow. They're turning this around. Dao, he tries to flash away, or tries to dash away. He does go down, and Arashi gets the kill, but they did trade Rilver.
Yeah, but I think this is a huge win for the side of SCARZ. KK, if he gets caught out, it's even worse for the side of Fearless Esports.
Yeah, KK now on the run. Oh, this is a tough... Okay, he's going to get away. He just kind of parasails his way out, throws out those Hello Kitties, and he's just going to look like he's going to survive. But in that mid lane, pushing a bit.
Yeah, you know what? I'm pretty worried for SCARZ here. If they ever go to the beach, whenever they see the parasol, I think they might get quite angry.
Yeah. They do need to be a little scared. Arashi does need to be careful. Unending Sorrows back to safety. He's just kind of scouting them out, testing the water, so to speak. But KK back to full, and it looks like Fearless Esports are continuing to push. It's still 8 minutes, and it's only 4-1.
Yep, in the next 30 seconds, it's the perfect time for them to take a fight, right? Not all the ultimates are up on the side of SCARZ. This would be essentially the best time to pick a fight.
Yeah, potentially yes, but of course, if we're looking at it, they haven't really been able to find that initiation. It looks like they want more of securing their own jungle. The Tyrant is going to be started by SCARZ. They're looking to just take that one out. Arashi does commit the smite. The Unbridled Outburst pushing them back. The Unending Sorrow keeping them alive. Rilver's on the wrong side of this one. He dashes over the wall. He flashes, excuse me. And it looks like there's going to be a fight on that side. It looks like he's so low, and it looks like Jinglin will actually go down. He was fighting 4 versus 1, or 1 versus 4, excuse me, not able to get the kill.
Yeah, overcommitment there. I think there was a huge miscomm. And this might cause the lead they have established all game to essentially be gone. Goldie has been cut down to about 2,000, which is not that big of a difference nonetheless, right? It's been 3k throughout the entire game so far.
Yeah, but you don't want to give the enemy team any sort of options to get back in. SCARZ had a good fight, taking that one, but the Duel of the Death goes in, and he goes in, and he takes out Ochik. That's going to be your roamer, and they want more. They get Rilver, and they're going to take a double kill. KK taking them on. Arashi now on the wrong side of this, does get the kill onto Fable, but the Unending Sorrow, he gets under the tower. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, it's not a good fight for the side of SCARZ though. So you can see Fearless Esports, they're going to try and approach this even more aggressively, because at this point, it's really important to get the map in their control.
Yeah, they want to, yeah, definitely. Map control is super important. KK stepping up in front, trying to get the pick up on a Jens, who gets a little bit low, pushes them back with Ride the Wind, and it looks like they're going to just defend this tower. Again, both teams prioritizing that mid T1, trying to keep that alive just because it's objectively just so important to them.
Yeah, it opens up the whole map, right? It gives you a lot more vision. It makes the map a little bit darker for the side of SCARZ as well. But I think at this point, SCARZ holding off pretty well.
Yeah, holding off pretty well. They've done a pretty decent job with the objectives as well, like in terms of the Tyrants. But this one's a little bit risky. Fearless Esports right now just scouting around, providing a lot of vision. They know what's going to happen. SCARZ has been sticking together, all 5 of them. Again, just like there's like a campfire in that river.
Yeah, this is where they're the strongest, right? When they're all grouped up together, because now it forces Fearless Esports to have to group up as well, and that's perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect. The Unbridled
nice
Outburst
one.
pushing them away. Not the greatest of angles, but it looks like they thought about going in. The Chaos Cinder is going to be used, but they just get on out of there. Arashi, a couple shots just to kind of kite them. KK, list steps back to safety.
Yeah, first phase of the fight, it looks like it is Fearless Esports who suffer more damage, and SCARZ, they want to force the issue here.
They want to force it, but look at Dao Dao. He's waiting in the wings. He wants to go for this one. He does, and he finds, it looks like Ochik, but he doesn't get the kill. They back away. He had the time flux, and he zips on out of there.
Yeah, very clean understanding from Fearless Esports, right? They knew that this was not the fight to take. They just wanted to push them away. They will happily trade out the Tyrant. They will go for the Overlord instead.
Yeah, and okay. I mean, if you think that that's a fair trade, I preferably like the Tyrant. But, you know, the Overlord, they'll take whatever they can get at this point. But it looks like SCARZ makes a beeline for it. It doesn't really matter. Dao Dao has already smited the Overlord.
Yeah, let's talk about the growth, right? I think at this point, Dao Dao is pretty scary because he already has the Dragon's Rage, and paired it up with the Dark Knight Breastplate, it's going to transition him into a fairly tanky hero, but also able to deal a lot of damage because he does have the Blazing Cape. He's going to keep consistently burning them and giving them the anti-regen as well.
Yeah, anti-regen is actually going to be quite huge here because, you know, again, the Arashi just gets on out of there, has a lot of heals, a lot of sustain. You want to limit that as much as possible. Make her, like, play like a normal hero, right? Where you just don't have all of that sustain, but it looks like they're going to be pushing the mid T1. They didn't get that one last shot. Arashi comes back to clean it up, walks into the Chaos Cinder just for good measure.
Yep, they do get the mid T1, but at this point, because they lost the Overlord, it's not going to look good at all. SCARZ, they will have to move back.
Yeah, they have to move back at this point. They're going to look to just defend, deal with these Vanguards that are pushing on all fronts right now. Arashi all the way up in front, finds Woodwind, but again, they're trying to keep this T1 alive. The Vanguard is pushing in here, but I don't think that an actual fight will happen. Yeah, Arashi is just going to zone them away, if anything. Okay, they want to go. Dao Dao up in front. Finds Arashi. Dao Dao taking a lot of damage. He's going to be forced. He wants to turn this around. Duel to the death. He's the first to fall. Arashi gets credit for this one. They do have the launch up. The Unending Sorrow keeping Arashi alive yet again. ASD's continuing to fight. And it looks like they've gotten a second kill of Jinglin as well. And it looks like SCARZ finding gaps, winning out these team fights.
This is a very different SCARZ, man. I love this growth from the team, simply because look at the way they played. They just sent one member to defend the waves, and now they have this huge advantage in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, and we're talking about how Rover had to set everything up, and they were just like, no, man, you just deal with the lanes. We'll deal with the team fight. We'll fight 4 versus 5. We're able to do this. But again, I think Dao was out of position. He was kind of being chased. He was taking unnecessary damage without actually fighting back, and the rest of the team really wasn't on the same page on that one.
Which is why I feel that SCARZ has definitely improved, because it was a forced error, right? Technically, Dao, that was one of the safer options to take. Let me go back and farm my jungle camps and whatnot. But SCARZ recognized this. They said that, hey, you know what? Fearless Esports, they know the waves are crashing in, so they are going to be a bit more defensive. Let's chase them out of the safety zone instead.
Yeah, pushing them away, that's kind of what you want to do in terms of the zoning out. And again, Dao, he's got 8,000 gold at this point, not the highest. KK is still on top. Basically, the fights come down to where KK is. If he's able to blow people up, because he has all the farm, all that you need. But if he dies, Fearless Esports might be in a bad spot.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where I feel, SCARZ, I think they have drafted based on the late game plays, because late game, this is a very tough composition to break into.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to see how that one plays out. I mean, SCARZ right now being the aggressor, I feel like they've pushed Fearless Esports into more of a defensive posture, kind of pushing them back a little bit. Like Fearless Esports right now, just waiting in the wings, maybe attempting to get an
Nope, not going to happen. But, this game, pretty close. 6-5 in terms of kill scores. And SCARZ, they didn't have the best game, but everything is even at this point.
Everything is even. It's so close. And again, this Tyrant's going to be important. The Umbrella Upper is going to be committed. Oh, the Tyrant actually he gets reset. He goes back into his cave. And it looks like they want to go for this one. They've got him frozen with the Frigid Prison. But Woodwind somehow gets killed. Arashi gets another kill, and he pushes him back. And now Dao is trying to turn it up. He does end up killing ASD, but he falls in return, as well as Jinglin. Both of them, all of them are dead. It's a 3-for-1 trade, all at the cost of ASD.
Yeah, but they have to defend this. If they don't, then it's not the best play, because they do lose that tier 3 on the top. And this would be the safety marker. This is the opening, the crack in the armor that Fearless Esports will definitely continuously chase down.
Okay, KK was pushing that top lane, ended up getting the top T3, not the worst thing in the world, especially when 3 members of your team died. But when Dao realizes that KK is actually nowhere near you pushing, there's no reason to be going in, right? You should not be taking that fight. You should pretend, maybe bait things out, make sure that nobody recalls back to defend the tower. But at the end of the day, they're not on the same page, and you're kind of seeing the effects of this.
Yeah, you know what? We are also not on the same page. I actually love that play. I think no pain, no gain, right?
Yeah, and this is where I report you in game.
All right, I'm okay with that. But at this point, now you start to see the benefits of that play, right? Because once it resets, now they're gonna have Mega Minions marching down on the top lane, and it only requires 2 lanes to be managed instead.
Yeah. Okay. No, I mean, I get the play. All I'm saying is that 3 other members of FE probably should have survived. KK going down, that's a massive one. And it looks like they're going to get even another one. And they do get a double kill. River is back.
Yep. So at this point, it's really the push and pull play, right? Seesaw. Because now it really is who has the better wave management. At this point, I'll be honest, if SCARZ gets what they want a perfect team fight. They just want to keep fighting, because this is the power spike. The stuns are too much for the side of FE.
Oh, they found Woodwind in a bad spot. Leaping Savior is just trying to get to safety. He's eating a lot of Flaming Palms. He's taking a ton of damage. He's going to take a time bomb back to the base, but they've lost that bottom T2, and SCARZ right now in full control. They've got the map. It's just a matter of pushing at this point, but Fearless Esports, this is a bit of an upset, no?
Yeah, I would feel so too, right? With the performance they've put up, I think they were the team that we were looking forward to having a very strong performance. But SCARZ, they are putting up an even, or maybe even better performance than what I expected them to have. And this is wonderful to watch.
Yeah. And you talked about the growth mindset earlier. They've definitely have the growth mindset, because they're playing much better than they did in the open qualifiers. This is something the team is really starting to step up. They're starting to gel. Arashi's just been this beast as he's getting gone on and dodges that Blazing Brilliance.
Yep, and now you start to see, right? The little things matter. Every time the Blazing Brilliance does not hit the mark, Fable essentially turns useless for a couple of seconds. And SCARZ, they are playing perfectly off of that.
Perfectly placed, and like they're kiting them out, understanding the limits of where they need to be. The minions are pushing. Yes, the super minion is in the top lane. The Blazing Brilliance is going to be committed, but Dao wants to go. Oh, the infinite fastness, and they zip on out of there. He gets into the Uber, and he's on out.
Yep, so how do you actually catch SCARZ? They have so many disengage abilities, right? The time lapse, the time flux, increased movement speed, the silence. It's really hard to catch them. And when you can't force out the infinite fastness from Zhen's,
the duel to death. It looks like they found somebody. No, it looks like he's going to get over the wall. He's going to be fine. River does survive.
Yeah, so look at that. So many escape possibilities for the side of SCARZ.
So many staying alive, and that's the SCARZ MO. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Arashi 603, my MVP thus far, but he's kind of stepping in, and it looks like he's going to dodge most of this, just take it out. Time fluxes away. And again, you talked about the ability to escape. They're like Houdinis. Everybody has an option.
Yeah, one of the things that I really like about the itemization coming out from SCARZ, River building the Demon's Bane. One of the rarest items I've seen in this game, at least in professional gameplay, right? Most of the time we go for Succubus Cloak, or maybe the Long Night Guardian as well. So River, very aggressive. He wants payback.
Definitely wants payback. He wants to be up front. I mean, he didn't have the greatest laning phase, but he's back, right? He's getting kills, and that's kind of what you want. The Byron just being able to scale here. River's done a great job of just getting back in the game, ensuring that, you know, the team has a chance. Dao now on the run, not able to happily farm. The time lapse is a little bit off the mark, but it's going to disengage people more than anything else. Araji's about half-life.
Yep, and right off the bat, right, we're going to start the day off with a Tempest game. This is going to be a Tempest spawning at the 20-minute mark. Now, we have seen this situation so many times before, right? What decision do the teams make? Do we go for the split push? Do we actually go for the Tempest?
Well, it looks like they're kind of grouping around it. I don't think they're going to fully commit for this yet. Rover's making his way there, but they want to push out the lanes first before they do it. The top is pushing. So Fearless Esports do need to deal with that. But with, you know, again, they've taken the top T3, Fearless Esports, that is. Oh, but it looks like they're going to go Orb Strikey. They found it, and it's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. The Unbridled Outburst pushing him back, but KK in a bad spot. He's going to be destroyed. Infinite Fastness aggressively used, but Rilbert's been killed in return, and it looks like they want to go. Dao, he's going to be going in. Sage's Sanctuary used in return. Chaos Cinder is going to be there, and it looks like Zhen's is going to be killed, and it looks like Dao is starting to do the damage, but he's just so low. He's continuing to go, and he's got his own Sage's Sanctuary. They've turned this around. Arashi now on the run. He's going to be killed. Sage's Sanctuary for him as well. Ochik now on the run. Dao, he's like, you cannot run from me. Oh, yes, he can.
Yep, he will, and Arashi, 2v1 at this point, will be taken out, singling with the final blow to kill the game off for SCARZ at this point. Now, Dao has been extremely scary this entire game, super tanky as well, and once again, it all comes down to very minute nuances throughout the game, right? That one lane of Mega Minion is what influenced this decision, because SCARZ could not play the waiting game. They had to deal, they had to make something happen.
They tried to force it out there, but getting caught out now with 4 members killed on that one. SCARZ, that was a tough team fight, but it looks like they still have the net worth lead. Yes, it is kind of negligible at this state, but again, this is the huge one. The Tempest Dragon here, Ochik still up, you know, sticking around. He's going to get gone on, and they've gotten this one. They look to go right away, and they do get this, the Sage's Sanctuary. That's going to be killed, and it looks like Rilber just instantly deleted. He is off the map.
Yep, this will be the longest 40 seconds that SCARZ has experienced today, because River is going to be out for the next 40 seconds or so. And now it's going to be Fearless Esports Hong Kong. They're going to start to breathe down on these lanes because they have the Tempest buff.
The Tempest buff, and that's the massive one. It's 22 plus minutes at this point, and they're looking to push this. They're looking to end the game. They were able to get back in, and Dao goes in the heart of the enemy team. He's going to go for the backside, and the infinite fastness keeping Zhen's alive. He's going to just fly back into the fountain and just park his car right there because there's not much else he can do. He's going to look to heal, and it looks like Fearless Esports, they're going to look to go for this one. Woodwind also all the way up in front. Dao is looking to go up as well. He's just forcing the issue, just pushing them back more than anything else, but they've gotten the mid T3. All T3s are down. The base is wide open. Woodwind is sticking around, and the Flaming Paws pushing them back. The Vanguards is continuing on all fronts. Dao still up in front. He wants to go. The base is starting to get whittled down. They do force it down, and Fearless Esports will take game 1.
Congratulations, they are one step closer. This is points in the bag for the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. SCARZ, I have to say, impressive performance, but just didn't quite make the cut right now. Fearless Esports, I think that was not the kind of game they were expecting coming out from SCARZ, us as well. Now, what are your expectations looking at the standards of both teams at this point?
All right, this one's got to be a bit of a mental hit for SCARZ, right? The fact that they were in the lead, they had full control, then that team fight was kind of rough, and then that was the tipping point, and Fearless Esports just turned it up, right? Dao just started to do a lot of damage and started to be super scary, right? So this is one of those things where it's like, oh, wow, that was a rough game, but we need to recenter, we need to calm down, we need to do what we did in the first 10, 15 minutes of the game, put ourselves in that same position, but we'll close it out the next time.
You know what? I agree, and I feel like maybe Fearless Esports feels the same as well. Because if you actually take a look at the gameplay of SCARZ from months ago, this was not the same SCARZ that appeared today. They shake the game quite a bit for Fearless Esports at multiple times as well. So it's something that I would be worried about. And if we take a look at the itemization, really smart. They had so much item switching, and the Blood Rage, I think Dao was the one that really made the game so much more different for the side of Fearless Esports. The Blood Rage, along with the Dragon's Rage, Blazing Cape, and finally Long Night Guardian as well. The tank ability, he dove in, but he never committed. And that is where SCARZ made the mistake of biting onto the bait, and Fearless Esports just punished them.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you lose one or two members, you can't throw the rest of them out, right? I feel like they were starting to trickle in, and Fearless Esports were just gobbling them up like hungry hippos, right? Just taking them as they were coming. But, you know, SCARZ, this is one of those things where Arashi had a great game. You had a nice setup. You had an opportunity to do really well. And I mean, look at it, the damage alone. Arashi, 193,000 hero damage, 35% on this team. He was trying to do the best to put his team in the win column.
Yeah, but more importantly, the reason why, even though Arashi dealt so much damage, it was Woodwind, one of the main tanks of the game. He took 30% of the damage that came out from SCARZ, 165,000, and that really allowed the team to really just go crazy with the pickoffs as well. You could see, right? Fearless Esports, they were leading at the start of the game, and SCARZ, what a performance. The recovery by Arashi suddenly out-leveling, you know, his counterpart in the jungle, Dao, and finally just couldn't continue to hold on to the lead, right? And they lost it right at the end.
Yeah, and we're going to see those highlights here if we're going to see exactly what happened, where things went wrong for SCARZ. I mean, again, they were they were losing in the first phase. Fearless Esports really stuck it to them, but then they were able to come back. They found those gaps. They got a couple good pickoffs. They made Dao's life a little bit more, you know, tougher, so to speak. They got this big team fight here. They took a lot of the tyrants. They were taking most of it. Like, look, Dao's pushing, but look at where KK is going. KK is making a beeline for that top position. Again, you were talking about the ramifications of that in the late game where SCARZ had a timer because they didn't have that top T3.
Yep, exactly. And if you notice the way that they fight, KK is always having two very distinct decisions, right? Do I want to get identified, right? Do I want to get seen? And if I don't want to get seen, he's going to start the split push. But when he commits to the fight, it's moments like this where, you know what, they know that, hey, the firepower from SCARZ is lacking. It's time for me to try and get into the fight itself.
Yeah, and if we're looking at this big fight here, this is the game-winning team fight for Fearless Esports, is that we're seeing that the target prioritization of SCARZ was a little off the mark. And KK here gets the MVP, 422, 116,000 damage. He was kind of on point, right? I think that he was really carrying the team, especially in the early game, got a whole bunch of farm, really put the team on his back.
Yep, exactly. I think the micro decisions he made throughout the game has been spectacular. The one decision to just abandon the team fight instead. They lost a couple of heroes. No, did they lose anyone? They didn't. They got a couple of kills, and he went on to initiate the split push, which opened up that T3 on the top. And it was through that marker that Fearless Esports really took the game and ran away with it.
Yeah, really smart play. I mean, it was next level in that sense. I think it was very good. But of course, that was just the first game. It's a best of 3. We're going to find out what happens in game 2. But first, let's take a quick little break.
Never let them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your way.
Fearless Esports Hong Kong, the Pacific Open Series champ, strike first in a bit of a comeback. Kindofu, your thoughts on that game one?
I think it was just the taster, right? Both teams feeling out each other. I think they have a pretty good grasp of what each other's playstyles are like based on the draft itself. And I think I'm pretty impressed because both teams, you could really see the win conditions in their head as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's one of those things where they thought they had the win condition, SCARZ that is, but then having that taken away is kind of like, oh, I'm gonna have my ice cream, but then some dude comes and just takes it from you or knocks it away out of your hand. It's just gonna be a sad time. And SCARZ right now really need to recover mentally from that game.
Yeah, so I'm going to bring you back to the point about the difference of Lady Zhen as well as Princess Frost, right? So I think Lady Zhen is easier to execute in terms of combinations and whatnot. So Princess Frost, you really need to be on point. You can't really miss those frigid prisons. And when you do, that's what really costs you the team fights per se. So I think maybe it's a little too stressful. They could put the Princess Frost on another draft instead.
Yeah, and okay, look. I don't doubt that team synergy wise, the Princess Frost might be the better pick. But my only thing is that, and as you rightly mentioned, it's much, much easier to play the Lady Zhen. You know, it's like a fire and forget. You get those, you know, the Ocean of Tears. You just kind of knock that out. The Flowing Sigh, you don't even have to target after you hit the initial target. So it's just much, much easier, right? So all you need to do when you're playing up against good teams is just to kind of simplify things. Don't make it so high risk, high reward with all these, like, you know, very mechanically difficult heroes to play, and just dumb it down. Play the strategy more than anything else.
Yeah, for sure. And we've already seen, like, you know, map control #1 in this game, right? You can win as many fights as you want, but if the map is not in your favor, essentially after each win of the team fight, you have to manage the waves instead. Now, this means Fearless Esports, they want to play a little faster this time. They're going to go for the Yuan in the jungle. I love this. This is one of the fastest junglers in the game.
Okay, all right. You're saying that Yuan is a fast woman?
Oh, she is.
Okay, noted on that. But it looks like they're going to go, the SCARZ is going to return it in the sense of having the Arlie and the Zhang Fei. I like this combination. I think that it's very bread and butter, very meta, very strong in that lane, and you kind of lock that one in. But Fearless Esports, they go with the Lady Zhen themselves and the Hou Yi to kind of round that one off, at least in the first phase.
Okay, so it looks like they will keep Princess Frost in the draft itself. I like the fact that they picked the Arlie on the side of SCARZ, not just because she's a good hero, but the Maple Dance really does kind of mitigate and nullify a lot of the options that are going to be thrown out by Fearless Esports here.
Yes. Okay. And you know, I mention this almost every cast whenever I see Lady Zhen and Princess Frost, is that Princess Frost is the poor woman's Lady Zhen, right? She has options. She's not as good in my opinion, but she does have play. That mid lane matchup is a little bit more, you know, not the most advantageous for that mid laner, but I do think it has a chance, especially like as for what you said, winter is here. If it connects and it's in the perfect spot, you're going to have a good time.
Yeah, and I like the bans coming out from SCARZ, right? The Lianpo and the Sun Bin. It is essential to them that they do not get disrupted. Lianpo, of course, instant access into the backline with the Tremor Smash. It's not something fun to deal with. Likewise, on the side of Fearless Esports, the Tun and the Luna both speak volumes. It's backline hello.
Yeah, and actually on both sides, if you're looking at it, catch is going to be important. Having some sort of tank, and it looks like SCARZ addresses the fact that they, you know, getting onto that back line with the Elaine, the Death at Sunset, that could easily jump onto that one. Now, Fearless Esports need to figure out some way to kind of keep the back line protected.
Ooh, this is a tough one to play, man. I think Fearless Esports, at this point, they have a much more robust draft. This ban pick makes a little bit more sense because there's plenty of control with the Cannon Blast. At the same time, you do have the CC coming out from the Lady Zhen. SCARZ, they need something super tanky.
Yeah, definitely to just kind of help them out. Okay,
wow.
Hanjin? All right. What are your thoughts on this pick?
I love the Hansing. Personally, it's one of the heroes that I love to play. I suck at it, but I love to play him. There are a couple of options they can explore, right? Hansing, one of the most mobile characters. He is a living cockroach because it's hard to kill him simply because he's so slippery, right? And if SCARZ plays the way I think they're gonna play, which is gonna be a tank Hansing, this is gonna be a really interesting game.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one. Okay, drafts. Okay, I don't know if you remember each of the drafts, but who do you think has the edge going into this game?
I think at this point, I like the Hansing because it throws everything up in the air. So it's a hit or miss. It's the extremes. Either SCARZ is gonna dominate this game extremely hard, or they're gonna fall on their face flat.
Okay. And this is my struggle with them last time in the sense that SCARZ are playing mechanically difficult heroes, not really going with a simple one. Are they able to just outplay them? We're going to have to see as we get into game 2. This is, of course, the best of one. Fearless Esports Hong Kong took the first game. They want to get this one in this double round robin.
Yep, and right away they're gonna try and amplify their farm, right? So Dao Dao gonna be assisted by Singling. This is a great start for this Yuan.
He's going to start it out. Leave KK all by himself. I mean, he's pretty much there. Woodwind is kind of waiting in the wings, just kind of picking him off, looking for those cannon blasts and trying to affect all of the lanes.
Yep. What I'm curious about is his main core item, right? Will he go for the Venom Star first, or will he go for the Dawn Light first?
Oh, Arashi, he's trying to dash away. He
Nice
gets
stun.
cannon blasted to the face. Good stun, but he's just going to limp away.
Yep. At this point, I don't expect any kills yet, but right away you can see Rilva definitely looking for vengeance in the first game performance here.
Yeah, I'm trying to just keep them in line. It looks like Arashi, though, was a little bit low, continuing to farm, making it almost to the mid lane. No, he's going to look to just rotate to the top at this point. Xinglin hasn't had the greatest of time lining up against Rilver. Rilver, who had a bad game 1 yesterday, or is just recently, is kind of, he's trying to have a much better one in this one.
Well, potential first blood here. They can get their way on the side of Fearless Esports.
Yeah, Dao Dao just kind of riding in, has the instrument. I feel like her music is too loud for anyone to really be caught off guard in an ambush, right?
Yeah, exactly, right? Imagine walking to the bush and with your musical instruments just strumming all the way.
It's like a bard. It's like, dude, we know you're coming. Like, just stop playing music, right? Just for like a second.
Yep, and one-on-one on the top lane. Not looking too good for the side of Rilva though.
Yeah, Rilver getting a little bit on the low side. Xingling just eating it all up. Is not scared. He actually dashes in. He's going to get the Storm Strike onto him. Rilver has to limp away.
Yep, so it's a back and forth, right? Certain points of the game, suddenly Rilva is in the lead. At the other end, Xingling suddenly gets the potential kill as well. Now, Burning Sun Arrow is wasted at this point. No, not wasted actually.
Oh, ASD flashes away, just barely survives. That cannon blast was coming for him, and they weren't looking to die, but he somehow gets out of the way. He got the spider sense, and he does survive.
Yep, but that's a flash out and hang on. Okay, Arashi.
Okay, it looks like they want to go for even more. Ochik gets
Xingling
back.
low.
The Unbridled Outburst. Oh, they knock him back. The Death at Sunset is good, and Xinglin is actually going to be the first to fall. They do get this one. Arashi on the run, chases after them, trying to get the knock up, not able to do so. The Cannon Blast covers the retreat.
Yep, now this is a good situation for the side of SCARZ, and Hansing, once again, Arashi does not die. Dao Dao gonna be a little bit faster in terms of farm, right? Simply because she can double stack camps. But at this point, I think EXP is going to be in the favor of SCARZ across the board.
Yeah, and SCARZ have, we saw this last time, right? Where they had a decent early to mid game transition. I think that they want to put themselves in a better spot going into this one. SCARZ right now just really prioritizing, trying to get gens as much farm as possible. Like, largely been quiet, hasn't been fighting because it's just a matter of farming. But getting that first blood, pretty huge for SCARZ.
Yep, and of all the people to give it to, they give it to Rilva. Oh, hang on, but the cockroach has been caught.
Rashi, man, he gets picked off there. They get the return kill. Fearless Esports now looking to just take the Tyrants. No real chance for SCARZ to kind of defend this one. They easily take that one.
Yep, it's really fast, and Azure Golem at risk.
Yeah, at risk. Dao Dao now is looking to just invade as well, making things difficult. Again, Arashi, the jungler, went down. This is an opening. We've taken the Tyrant. We've taken the blue buff away from you. There's just so many things that could potentially happen, all because, the fact that Arashi was being able to he was able to be picked off.
I mean, the communication coming out from Fearless Esports has been on point. 2 times KK has dropped that Burning Sun arrow in the mid, and twice it has hit the mark.
Yeah, hit the mark, and it's been great. I think the Hou-Yi, that Burning Sun arrow, is good for the laning phase because it's, generally speaking, pretty afar. But later on, when the team fights tend to be a little bit more compact, people are grouped up together, it might not be the easiest of things to hit, or for like a long distance arrow, excuse me. So it's one of those things where it's great now, but let's see how it plays out. KK has to have perfect positioning in that mid to late game.
Yep, and you know, talking about him, the counterpart we have not mentioned once. Chen is actually having a pretty decent game, I feel, because he has been silent the entire time. And that's exactly what you want to hear, right? For a farm lane, you don't want to hear from them for the first, I don't know, 7-8 minutes.
Okay, well, usually in my rank games, I don't hear from them for the 7 or 8 minutes, and then they decide to just go toxic because they're like, oh, I didn't get enough farm, or I didn't get enough space, and they just cry.
Yeah, they have a tendency to want to look for fame, right? And
Yeah.
hang on, one-on-one.
Woodwind. Okay, Woodwind gets back to safety. He's going to be fine. And it looks like Fearless Esports, again, small lead. Fearless Esports trying to push it out. Again, understanding when the timings of the Azure Golems are back up. They want to try to steal it again. Dao does have the smite if they go for this one. But it looks like the launch up, they're going to be fights from both sides. The Death at Sunset, not in a great spot. Cannon Blast, a little off the mark. It's kind of hard to find where he's going to be, and Rilver does survive, but he's at a sliver of life. He brings back the flowing Psy. Ochik all the way up in front. He gets cannon blasted. Not the greatest spot, but the Unbridled Outburst is great, keeping him alive. He does have the shields. He does walk away.
Yep, clutch moment. They do defend this, and that has been great thus far. But at this point, it is Fearless Esports in control, at least for a little bit.
At least for now, and that's kind of what you want for Fearless Esports. If you're one of those fans, right, you want Fearless Esports to win. This is the time. They want to have a great early game. They're putting themselves in a slight advantage, about 1K at this point. Can they start to snowball from here?
They should be able to, right? That Tyrant buff definitely going to help them out for a bit. I think it's expired already at this point, but let's see. Xingling.
Yeah, let's see.
1-1.
Oh, in the top lane, Xingling going in for this one. It looks like the Jens is going to be just back away. He's going to list step to safety, but man, he took a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that's really dangerous because that speaks volumes about the advantage that they have on Fearless Esports. Here we go. Jens is going to be taken out.
Jens is going to be finally taken out, and it looks like they've got ASD as well, and this is where the turning around. Rilver not able to do much. The Death at Sunset connects. He does have the shields, but it doesn't have much. Ochis is just watching, not able to help him out. He just had Leaping Savior. I think it was on cooldown, but man, that's frustrating to watch.
Yeah, it's tough, right? And this is where I think Fearless Esports, they have perfect communication about the skill timings as well. This is really clinical as a professional.
Yeah, very good. Woodwind tried to go for the Peacebringer, but the Arashi just dodges over the wall. He's going to be fine. Dodges the Cannon Blast yet again. SCARZ right now in a world of hurt. Tough situation. They need to figure out how to get back in this game.
Yeah, they need to start having pickups, right? Because at this point, with the itemization that Fearless Esports has, I don't think it's going to be easy to kill anyone at all.
Yeah, definitely not easy. It looks like they're going to take the Overlord here. Very easily done by Fearless Esports. The rich get richer in this case, and it looks like they're looking to just kind of take their time, regroup, take their own jungle, and then look to invade because they've got those timers on lockdown.
Yeah, you know, one of the few targets they should definitely be looking for is the Lady Chen, so Fable or KK on this Hou-Yi. But if you take a look at it, it's really hard. Once again, Burning Sun Arrow this time does not hit the mark.
Okay, that's like all of my Burning Sun arrows. That was like perfectly emulated. Thank you, KK, for showing the world what my Burning Sun arrows look like there. But Rilver now on the run. He's on the wrong side. It looks like he's going to look to just fight. Gets Woodwind with the Meteor kill. The Tyrant is actually doing some damage as well, but it looks like they've gotten Fable. That's a pretty big start, but Arashi is killed in return. The Unbridled Outburst, he's looking to go, and Xingling gets a little bit low. The Death Out Sunset, but the Force Field Suppression keeping him alive with the Think inside the box, and it's a double kill going the way of KK. They've turned that fight around.
A big one, and now this solidifies the lead. 4,000 in their bank more than the side of SCARZ. So this is definitely going to be a T2 in the mid taken away. Look at that gold swing.
It's swinging hard. It's swinging hard. Fearless Esports playing very well. That's kind of what you wanted to have done, invading the enemy jungle. Arashi has not even able to get any of those buffs. It's got to be super frustrating because they've just been playing defensively, reactively, just to what Fearless Esports have done, and they've just taken the fight to them. Dao all up in front, trying to fight with Arashi here, doing a lot of damage, and Ochik tries to Forbidden Domain, just try to create a little bit of space, get Arashi a little bit more farm.
Yeah, and this is where it's difficult, right? Because SCARZ, if you take a look at the way that Fearless Esports fights, there is two phases to the fight. The first phase is before the mournful tempo and before the unending sorrow, or maybe even before the melody of peace. Only then, when that ultimate is expended, then you have the second form and second phase of the fight. And SCARZ can't even last the first half of it.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's a situation where you have to prolong things, right? And seeing as that like ASD Gen's very squishy, you don't really, it's hard to get to that second phase of that team fight of surviving, right? So SCARZ right now on the, okay, they're going to take a lot of damage. The Cannon Blast, Ochik taking a ton of it. He's going to get forced to use the Unbridled Outburst just to retreat, but he's going to back off, gets Cannon Blasted once again, gets shot in the back.
Yeah, and you can see, right, this is where it gets so difficult for Ochik, because as a Jungle, you need to have the ability to be able to dive in and just get your Unbridled Outburst as an aggressive option. Steal.
Oh, they're trying to go for the steal, not able to do so. Dao does secure it with the smite. Overlord is actually almost killing everybody. SCARZ has to run away, can't take the neutral, can't take the Overlord. Now they're running for their lives, running under that top T2. And Fearless Esports will find Rilver. Oh, he actually looks to turn this around, the Death at Sunset, but the Cannon Blast is going to be a little off. Rilver just trying to stay alive. Jinglin not scared. He wants to go for this. One last shot. He does get it, and KK gets the snipe.
All right, Cannon Blast enabling KK to get the last hit as well. And if there's anyone you want to get farm to, it definitely needs to be KK on this whole E. He has been on point this entire game.
On point, has both of the buffs. He's doing a lot of damage. The Unending Sorrow keeping Dao alive. He's turning this around. Arashi just limping away. Ochik is going to be forced to use the Unbridled Outburst yet again. I mean, almost every single time it's on cooldown, he has to use it, but he uses it defensively.
Yep, exactly, and that's what Fearless Esports is forcing SCARZ to do, right? Ochik is always making forced errors, and that is really hard to play.
Hard to play here. Fearless Esports, they're starting to choke you out, so to speak. They've got so much control, pushing you back. You're hiding under those T3s, if anything, just trying to stay alive. Rilver taking a ton of damage, just getting sniped out. The Unending Sorrow just to back off, but it looks like they're going to regroup. Arashi was looking to cut the waves, but with that mid T1 still standing, really not a whole lot of space to work with.
Yeah, but this is what Arashi needs to do, right? So he is definitely trying to pull them away from the main objective, which is to break into the tier 3s, right? They don't want that chink in their armor to be exposed, and SCARZ just living life on the edge at this point.
Yeah, living on the edge. I mean, living defensively. They're down 6K. It's going to be tough to get back in this one. This is, of course, they lose this. They lose just the series. Yes, it is a double round robin, but still, this is, you want to kind of dictate it. Oh, with a nice Storm Strike connecting. Oh, and they do end up getting gens. That's going to be a huge win for them. They're going to want to just chase that. SCARZ, all they can do is just run away, maybe survive, but it looks like the top T2 has been taken as well. Fearless Esports are knocking on the door.
Yeah, essentially now SCARZ, they're living on a prayer, and that's all they can do. They're going to try and cut the backlines here, at least for the side of Rilver.
Yeah, and want to go more. The Peacebreaker pushing them back. The Think Inside the Box is going to be committed as well. And Arashi does get sniped out. He's going to be killed. And they've gotten Ochik as well. The Death at Sunset, one last hurrah. Does he get a pick off onto KK? He does. He did get something. He Moonlight Flashes, tries to go to safety, but he sees yet more of Fearless Esports. He gets killed, and they take the base. And Fearless Esports take the series 2-0.
Clean game by the side of Fearless Esports. This time, the second game is a much smoother transition for them. Big win. And this puts them on the top of the table between the three teams that are going to be representing potentially for the Pacific region. And I mean, Holla, this game, what do you think about it?
Oh, I mean, it was pretty much all Fearless Esports, even from the beginning, right? They had that control. They had that mental game going into this one. I mean, where they shook them in game one. Fearless Esports really stepping up. That was a very impressive win, game two, and just a clean sweep in the series. Very well played by Fearless Esports.
Yep, this is the day that they're looking for, right? This was the performance they're looking to establish in the first game of the day as well. Now, this is the Fearless I have been expecting, looking at them from the Pacific region's finals as well. Did they impress you today?
They did. They did. I mean, with full marks right now. I mean, okay, not full marks because I'm an Asian dad and I would just be like, there are things that I could find. But I think that they did very well. I think that there are things that they could have done better, especially in game one where things are a little bit close and SCARZ were kind of winning. But this is a very good game. This is a game two that's what you want. This is how you want to close out a series. KK on point 3-1-5. Dao 3-0-7. look at that. I just think that, both of these and almost everyone across the board, great KDAs, whole bunch of contributions, really pushing it out and understanding the limits of each of their heroes.
Yeah, exactly. Dao actually, if you take a look at the Eye of the Phoenix, right? This third item came out really quickly for the team. So if you take a look at the damage that Dao took, 29%, right? That's a heck of a lot of damage that Dao is soaking in the team fights. And this opens up the doors for KK. If you notice, KK only 9% of the damage taken in the entirety of the game. So he was never disturbed in this entire match itself. On the flip side, it was Woodwind that was making a lot of difference. Now, damage dealt, maybe not so much, but with the Venomous Staff, with the Cannon Blast, he was always setting the team fights for the side of Fearless Esports. And if you take a look at the goal graph, he speaks volumes about it. 8,000 ahead. SCARZ was never apparent in the game at all.
Yeah, they were struggling, right? Fearless Esports. This is why, this is the biggest difference between good teams and great teams. Understanding how to play from a lead and just closing the series out. It started kind of rough, Xingling giving up first blood there. A little bit of a positioning error, and that's why I won't give them full marks. But nonetheless, they were able to find things, right? Like Dao, forcing it out, prioritizing Zens. Where's the damage? That was him. We're going to take him out. Now they're on the run, and they tried to fight. They tried to continue on, and Fearless Esports like these long, drawn-out team fights, and they have the heroes for it. They're going to continue on. You talk about having 2 phases to the team fights, and Fearless Esports, SCARZ didn't really have the answers to those.
Yeah, look at KK, right? He was never in danger. It was him chasing in. And that's really scary because there's too much attention you need to pay to the other members, such as Dao, such as Fable, such as Xingling. The positioning, Xingling is always on the back lines, and SCARZ could never deal with it. Rilva, of course, tried to do the same, but when you're going up 1 against 3, when you're under level, you don't win the team fights like that.
Yeah, no real chance there. I mean, Rilver does get that 1 pick off onto KK, who had almost a flawless game up until that part. But Dao, 3-0-7, 101,000 hero damage. He took a bunch of damage, healed most of it, and he was just a nuisance. Not only that, he was playing terrible music that even my ears were starting to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, with Dao, there are no doubts, right? So definitely worthy of the MVP performance and the MVP tag. This is going to put them at the top of the table. Now, of course, this is just the start of the day. We still have the second match. This time, SCARZ will be looking to put up a redemption performance against Nongshim RedForce. But before we get to that, let's take a short break. When we're back, let's see, can SCARZ recover?
Never let them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head. Never let them tell you what you can't do. Never let them tell you what you can't do, can't do, can't do. Never let them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head.
Tell you what you can't do, can't do, can't do.
let them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your ways.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Championship 2024 Pacific Play-In. We just saw SCARZ lose that series up against Fearless Esports. Are they able to bounce back against Nongshim RedForce? My name is Holler, and with me is Kindo Fu.
That's right, it's your favorite kind of tofu, and this time we have a different setting, right? So SCARZ, obviously, they have to deal with that loss, but you know, L isn't for losing, L is for learning. So we'll see if SCARZ is able to take the learning lessons and bring it to a much bigger and better play this time against Nongshim RedForce. Now, these two teams have met each other before.
Yeah, they've met each other before in the qualifiers, but previously, I mean, I think that there was a little bit of a scrap between those two. Obviously, both of those teams really want it, but they're here now having that one last opportunity to get themselves in. This is, of course, the Pacific Play-In, trying to get into the Honor of Kings Championship. So much pressure, because again, this is a double round robin. You got to get yourself into this one. And of course, this is going to be the first team. We saw them play in the first match up of the day. It's going to be SCARZ, Rilver, Arashi, ASD, Gens, and of course, Ochik to kind of round out that squad.
Yeah, it was a tough situation to be in, right, for the side of SCARZ. I mean, it's always a tough one when you're placed up against a very strong team in the sense of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. But this time, not to take anything away from our Korean counterparts, I think it could be a new showing, right? It's always good to be warmed up. Now that you are in the thick of battle, you have that momentum, that aggressiveness, that adrenaline. Will work in their favor this time instead.
Yeah, but this is pretty much it, right? It's one of those things where, yeah, you have, two chances at each of the squads. SCARZ already had that one opportunity against Fearless Esports, but you got to make a dent in this one. This is pretty much, to have yourself a chance going even into day two, you do not want to have lost twice. That would be an ultimate disaster for them. So again, this is going to be Nongshim RedForce. It's going to be Illusion, Haku, Kyung, Siri, and of course, Faye. Nongshim RedForce, I love their jerseys. All I can think about is the Shin Ramen.
Oh yeah, exactly. And they are a spicy bunch, right? If you have seen them perform in the previous competition, which was the last chance to qualify, they have the quality as well, right? It's a team you cannot ignore. They are a very clinical team, not just in execution, but in the drafting as well. The thought process is really clean on this Korean side. So let's see, right? SCARZ going up against Nongshim RedForce. What is this battle gonna be like?
Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to find out. I think that we saw the growth of SCARZ. I mean, they played much better than they did in that last chance qualifier. And going into this one, I'm expecting to see Nongshim, level up their game as well, right? You talked about the whole L is for learning and not losing. I don't think that applies into my ranked games where I feel like there's a lot more losers in that sense. But nonetheless, I think that this is one of those series where this is pretty much all she wrote, right? This is the time to really step up because again, you don't want to be 0-2 in this only 3-team group here.
Well, I thought you could be better. That's what she said. But in this case, you know what? We'll see if these two teams have the quality to not just take a tester against each other, right? First game, I think normally is kind of like an appetizer. Okay, what do you really like, right? What kind of game style do you have? What kind of mechanical skills do you have? It's always interesting to see how the first engagement is going to be like between two teams.
Yeah, I don't want the appetizer in game one, man. I just want to go to the main course. I want to get at it, right? And that's kind of what we saw in the first match of the day, where SCARZ was kind of like they were winning. They got punched in the face. They were not able to come back. If Nongshim wants to do the same thing to SCARZ, that could be mentally draining going into the end of day one for them.
Yeah, and this is one of the challenges, right, as a professional. So, of course, this time it is going to be a little bit tougher for the side of SCARZ because they are going back-to-back. This is their second game of the day in a row. But, you know what? As a life of professional, you have to be ready for all of these, right? You have like, 4 scrims a day, 5 scrims a day for some teams. It is part of the lifestyle of a professional. And at this point, it's important not just to be good, but to be consistent as well. And SCARZ, I think if they can be consistent from their game 1 performance, it could be a nail biter for this one.
Okay, you talk about fatigue. I don't think playing 2 best of 3s back to back is that difficult. Plus, SCARZ are sitting in their seats, the same seats that they sat in the first match. So that seat is nice and warm for them. I don't know if they like it that way, but nonetheless, they're going to be into this one. And it looks like they're kind of comfortable, right? Going into this one, I think Nongshim RedForce, this is the first time on stage. Seeing their opponents across from them might be a little intimidating. You have the crowd, you have all these different factors of playing live. Do they need a warm-up game? Because we know that SCARZ have been warmed up.
Yeah, exactly, right? I think the main difference for both of these teams was in the last competition that they had facing off against each other, they were playing from the comforts of their own home or maybe their own team training facility, right? Now, we are all up in Abu Dhabi. This is live happening, face-to-face, right across your opponents, right? The level of stress, slightly different.
Slightly different for sure. But again, you want to make it to the big stage. You want to go to the Honor of King Championships. Step up. Now is the time. There's got to be so much pressure on these players to just really perform because you not only have, the team that's backing you up, you have your teammates, you have your coaches, all the support, staff that you have, plus you have your fans back home that you want to be like, hey, this is us. This is what we're going to be.
Yeah, there's a lot of weight on their shoulders, right? You're not just representing yourself, you're not just representing your team, you're representing your region as well. And one of the things is you're going to be taking part on this, on the world stage. Now, we are already technically in the world stage. They have traveled overseas, they're now in Abu Dhabi, and now they're playing for all of the people across the globe. But going up against a monster that is stronger than you is a good learning experience, right? It is where you kind of like, hey, you know what? This is the weakness that our team has been facing, or yeah, this is our strength of our team. And this is where you really learn a lot about yourself and it levels you up.
Yeah, and kind of we saw this from, the EMEA team yesterday in the qualifiers there, where basically Major Pride, who had a disastrous season 1, I think they were winless throughout, and they came back and they actually pulled it off, and they're playing in the EMEA play-ins. So this is a team that has really taken those losses and turned them into lessons, and they're, really starting to strive and to hit that peak, right? And they're doing a very good job. So going into this one, we saw SCARZ level up. We saw that team play much, much better than we had seen almost throughout the entire time that we've seen them on the Honor of Kings esports stage.
Oh yeah, for sure. So this is a really good one to watch, right? Because I'm super curious about how much Nongshim RedForce have improved or have learned as well. It's been a couple of weeks, right, since the last performance on stage with the last chance qualifiers. This time, I wouldn't say it's a last chance qualifier, but the stakes are pretty high, right? If you do not make it through, it is going to be a painful journey going back home.
All right, this is like the real last qualifier, right? Going into this one. I mean, there's not a whole lot of time left going into this one. The Honor of Kings Championship is around the corner. It's going to be in October, getting into that one last spot. And I believe there's 16 slots going into that championship. There's going to be a lot of the Titans that we've already seen even coming in from Season 2 in EWC. So again, a lot of pressure going into this one. Are they able to level up? It's one thing to survive your regionals, but it's another thing to even take it further to that international level where you're playing against like the Titans like LGD, for instance.
Oh yeah, for sure. And now with that being said, I think we will be heading into the BP, the ban and pick really soon. And here we go. So Yihuan definitely not going to be an option for either team. Nongshim is going to take it out of the picture. Dolia as well. So two very, very important bans simply because they are so monstrous at giving the growth to their team.
Yeah, a lot of growth. I mean, Dahlia has been banned quite a bit. It's either banned or picked. They go with the first phase ban, and they actually back it up as well. Nongshim is going to ban out the Arlie. So the Yuan as well as the Arlie going into this one, and of course forcing it out. SCARZ had to have banned the Ogren here, or else Nongshim would have first picked it.
Right, so these, this just leaves us with a couple of things we can explore, right? Do we go for the tanky front lines and very glass cannon style farm lanes, or do we just go for a more balanced roundabout in the draft, right? It's something that I think Nongshim has been really showcasing, and now they want the explosive growth. Mai Shiranui, first pick.
Yeah, it was first pick. It was banned quite a bit yesterday. I think we only saw it in one game. This is, of course, the EMEA regionals. But this is one of those heroes that it's ride or die, right? You have so much potential for outplay. The hero is just very highly mobile, has a whole bunch of bursts, basically just has everything but the kitchen sink. Of course, not being very tanky and survivable. But when you have the mobility and the burst, you don't really need too much takeability.
Yeah, early game, it really is how much time does it take for this Mai to get that Stone or Sorcery, right? Because with that extra burst damage, it will be that marker that changes potential team fights, because every Kachosen hit is going to hurt that much more.
Yeah, a lot of damage there. And it looks like SCARZ is going to respond with the Lianpo and Lung to two L-named heroes, kind of counter-picking that one in. But Nongshim going with the Byron and Motes. Your thoughts on these two here?
Very huge control coming in, right? So obviously with the Lianpo pick, you definitely do want to break into the back lines, just cause as much chaos as possible. And when you're dealing with someone like a Mai, one of the important things is to just stop her in her tracks, right? So every burst ram, every tremor smash is going to be that important for the side of SCARZ to really land.
Yeah, it's going to be super important there. And it looks like they're going to finally go end the phase 1 draft with the Lady Jean pick. They ban out the Lady soon. Nongshim goes with the Elaine ban. I think that these are good bans throughout. But okay, what about the Mai, where you're like, hey, Lady Jean actually has a pretty decent matchup in that mid lane?
I think, wave clear wise, of course, Lady Jean definitely takes the cake for that one. But depending on how the Mai player plays, which in this case is going to be Illusion, you can just forego clearing the lanes and try to clear the hero first.
Okay, yeah, it has a lot of potential for that. SCARZ here going with the Prince of Lanling. We saw it again in the past. Nongshim was able to play that one with Haku playing it, but they're gonna ban it out here. They just don't want to deal with this stealth monster, so to speak.
Oh yeah, for sure. He offers a lot of stress to the side of SCARZ, simply because it also forces out Lady Jean to throw that Ocean of Tears as a defensive measure, which is the one thing you don't want to do. She has very little time in between the skills. She doesn't want to get caught out.
Okay. Dharma going to be picked up here, Clash Laner for SCARZ here. I think it's a nice, initiator. It starts the fight. It's a little tanky. It provides a lot. Lianpo can then counter initiate on top of them. So you needed that frontliner in addition to the Lianpo. So again, just a lot of synergy on these two picks. But yeah, you need to protect the Lady Jean and Lung as much as possible.
Oh yeah, for sure. At this point, one of the benefits of picking a Lung is that yes, he does need protection, but he doesn't need as much protection, right? True. As long as the stuns don't really come in that much, Lung will be able to use his infinite fastness to get out. So I'm just curious how this is going to work out, because wow, I like this. Fang and Etun. Fang, one of the most mobile heroes with the wheel away and with target sighted, instant burst guaranteed if he can land those hits.
Yeah, and I do like the Dune with the Byron combination, right? Moats will set it up with the Cannon Blast, Byron and Dune coming from, left and right, just going in with Mai to just clean up. This is a well synergized draft thus far. I kind of like this one going in. SCARZ respond with the Menki a little bit, adding some of that control. You have that tank ability as well. So just kind of being that front liner. Okay, now we know that the drafts have been set. Who do you give the edge to?
I am actually going to give it to Nongshim RedForce at this point because I think it's a little bit risky on the side of SCARZ where you only have one actual tank. Lianpo, yes, can operate as a tank, but he's really more of a disruptor, so he's not meant to really soak that much damage. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, you don't think the Menki's enough in terms of just being that front liner, that tank?
It's good enough, but Menki doesn't really do well in a 1v5.
He does well in a 1v5.
All right, it looks like that's going to be the draft. We're going to go into game one. This is, of course, the second matchup. It's going to be Nongshim RedForce versus SCARZ. SCARZ lost the first matchup, so they desperately need to win this series going up against the Korean squad in Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, all points, any points make the world's difference here because there are only 3 teams. So 3 or 6 different chances for you to get points on the board.
Oh, nice cannon blast. Arashi's going to be in a bad spot. He gets knocked up with that sword strike, and he got first blood. Kyung making that rotation, and Nongshim RedForce taking the fight to him already.
Yeah, the storm clouds are gathering on top of SCARZ here. They don't have the best start, and Haku is just going to straight invade into the jungle here.
Yeah, but they're going to leave the Crimson Golem alive, realizing that Arashi is going to be up. Not enough time to burn that one down, but they've already taken the boards. They've taken a first blood as well. So Nongshim RedForce, if they were looking for like a good start to the game, this is pretty much it.
Oh yeah, for sure. And at this point, it is going to be an advantage. Level 3 already for Illusion, as the Cannon Blast is just going to be raining down onto ASD. Once again, he's not having a good game as well here.
Tough time, tough time. And Faye, again, this is the power of the moats. Being able to just kind of rotate between the different lanes, try to get your team as much of an advantage as possible, and just pick off those, get the occasional Cannon Blast that just disrupts the lane, and maybe some of the last hitting by SCARZ here.
Yeah, the repositioning of the Peacebringer is really critical in these team fights as well, right? Because Lianpo, yes, he does have good engage, but his range isn't as long. If he has to kind of, make use of the flash, it is a very heavy commitment for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, but Ochik has the Lianpo, that skin, right? Where he has the axolotls on both of his hands. I love that skin. Just picked it up myself. So getting into this one, he definitely has the cuteness level of the skin here. He throws out the Magma Slam, gets under the tower. He's going to be fine, though.
Yeah, so at this point, decent lead, nothing too crazy, 700 gold per head. But at this point, if SCARZ make the mistake of over-engaging, it's going to cost them quite a bit. Because itemization-wise, still pretty much even. But it's teetering on the edge of Nongshim getting a huge advantage.
Oh, Rilver taking a lot of damage from that enlightenment. Throwing that one out against Kyung here. But it looks like the River Sprite will be picked up by Kyung. Rilver has backed up under that tower, playing a little bit safe right now, realizing that Haku has made a rotation. Haku's kind of been almost all over the map thus far.
Yeah, for sure. And Faye is, doing the same as well.
He's making a name for himself. He's just providing pressure, and that's what you want from the moats. Faye doing a great job of that. But okay, let's talk a little bit about the mid lane here. Illusion and ASD. We already talked about the matchup, but again, like, who do you think needs to have a better early game?
Well, I think it's pretty clear, right? ASD needs that broken farm because he's going to be responsible for the crowd control. Illusion, he already has damage. Right now, it's just about better positioning.
Okay. All right, Nongshim right now, slow things down, going to take their own jungle away, and looking to invade the top part, taking that pheasant down. We'll have chicken for dinner tonight.
Yeah, at this point, both supports as well, looking for that itemization. Right now, curious as to what Faye is going to build as well as for Ochik, right? Do they go for the Crimson Shadow? A little bit more greedy, but it offers additional attack speed, movement speed, mana regen, or will they go for redemption, where they have extra armor?
Okay, Nongshim here looking to just get the nice little ambush. They get the knock up onto Arashi. They're looking to just turn this one, the Flaming Palm, but it looks like Illusion is actually the first to fall. Haku now in the heart of the enemy team. He unruly blades on out of there. The Bladestorm is going to zone them away.
Yep, Nongshim, they start the aggression, but it's SCARZ who finish the job here, and they give the kill to Juns, which is going to be huge for this farm lane.
Yeah, actually huge at this point. Getting that first blood, or sorry, that kill, excuse me. But the Tyrant is going to be started by Arashi. He's looking to solo this. Faye is going to spot this one out. See this giant one, and it looks like he's going to throw up the Cannon Blast. They have the nice knockup, but the Tyrant getting in on the action, and it looks like Arashi does get it. He does get the smite, and he gets the kill. Kyung is going to be down for the count. The Dream Roam by it. Arashi going in, infinite fastness. He's going to back up on it.
Yep, so this is a perfect start now for the side of SCARZ, right? They didn't have the best start to the game, but this first engagement, the first neutral objective, works perfectly in their favor. So SCARZ, they are very happy what's happening right now.
Yeah, that's one way to get back in. And again, they've taken, the net worth is like negligible. It's a bit of a tie at this point. But again, SCARZ providing and funneling the farm to the right heroes. Zhen getting that one, absolutely huge for him. You do want your Long to always get as much farm as possible to carry the game. So I think SCARZ have done a good job of prioritizing farm for him.
Yeah, but there's still a couple of things to fix, right? So River is still behind on EXP, so they definitely need to be looking for an equalizer in terms of that. At the same time, Arashi still having a level deficit. Arashi just going to Dream Roam back to safety. He got smashed by that Cannon Blast. He's going to be fine. Very tanky though. He's going to continue on. Kyung taking another Peasant here. I think he's taken almost all of them, but it looks like they're going to go in for this. They get the knockup, and it looks like Illusion making that gank attempt, and they do end up getting River. He got caught out. Yeah, big bait there by Kyung. So really nice play, and this is one of the strengths of Nongshim, right? They have the ability to pull off little ganks across the map. One more in the mid as well.
Yeah, it all starts with baby steps. Getting those initial kills, getting those small ones, super important for him. Siri backs away. He's going to wheel away, but that tower doing a little bit of damage onto Zhen's, and they're going to back off here, realizing that they don't have any minions.
Yep. Well, saving grace, silver lining for Nongshim, right? They do get that T1 on the top, so that's going to give them quite a bit of gold. And if you take a look at it, Haku is pretty farmed already. Does have the Blazing Cape, probably going into the Succubus Cloak, maybe. There's a lot of damage coming out from ASD, though.
Yeah, a lot of damage to mitigate, so he does need to be a little bit careful, especially when those team fights start to happen. And, the Ocean of Tears, the Destructive Delusions that you can see from ASD, got to be careful with it. So it looks like Nongshim, though, are looking to kind of slow the pace down. They have a slight advantage in terms of net worth. They'll continue to push this mid lane and make SCARZ hopefully make the first mistake here.
Yep, they want to make a pick off here. Haku is just giving them that opportunity, though.
Yeah, they had the Unruly Blade. He had it lined up, just trying to bait them out. And again, this is just a huge rotation by SCARZ with 4 members here, but they haven't got anything. It looks like Nongshim were just going to look to do something in return. Thought a team fight was going to happen, but now, again, a lot of wasted time from both squads as they're moving place to place without actually farming.
Yeah, they just want to push them back, right? Because another day, hang on, one-on-one.
Oh, it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a one-on-one fight. Kyung going in for this one. Not scared. The Dream Roam does actually connect onto Haku, who's up in front. Gets the nice wind slash. He wants to go, but ASD flashes away. That he's going to stay alive. But Siri is down for the count. The nice think inside the box. They lock in Rilver. He's going to be killed, and it looks like they want to go for Arashi. He does get sniped in as well. So Siri down for 3 members, and it looks like there's going to be a bit of a pause.
Yeah, but that was the fight that they were looking for on the side of Nongshim, right? And Faye just did that fight perfectly. Think inside the box, catching out the members on the side of SCARZ, and that's exactly what they need to happen, right? For me, I love to play myself a good mortar as well, but I don't really rely too much on think inside the box. I'm really more of a cannon blast kind of guy. But Faye, that was the best thing he could have done at that juncture, and it really worked out for them.
Yeah, it definitely worked out, and that's kind of what you want, right? I mean, he needs to just stay alive, use the Cannon Blast whenever it's off cooldown, right? I think, again, to your point, think inside the box is not the highest of priorities. It's about survival, and again, just getting as many Cannon Blasts off as possible. So he's done a great job thus far. He's stayed alive. He's level 8, so he's, keeping on pace in terms of the other roamer of Ochik, but he's setting it up, and, it's super important as a roamer.
Yeah, at this point, you know what? I'm having a lot of focus on the Ochik because he is having a hard time, man, even in this game against Nongshim, because they haven't allowed him any angle to really address and come into the fights at the perfect timing.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I like the Lian Po. I feel like the Tremor Smash has a lot of play, but it can be easily baited out, right? And I use quote unquote easily. You know, obviously pro players are on another level of bait, but it's one of those things where you got to be super careful of when you use it, because Lian Po, if he smashes at the right time, you win the team fight. If you get baited out, you have it off cooldown, you're not able to really use his abilities to the best of his abilities, you're going to have a hard time. You might even lose the fight. So it's like very, you know, high risk, high reward kind of thing for that.
Yeah, and here's one of the benefits of taking a Fang, right? Siwi here is definitely going to be capable of taking down any one of the neutral objectives by himself. And that's one of the strategies that has really worked out well for Nongshim, which is to have divide and conquer, right? That's the whole plan.
Yeah, and it's attracting attention, right? Like, all of this stuff in the mid lane is really not a serious push. Yes, they're just dealing with the minions. Yes, they're just chipping them out, throwing them in a loop, so to speak. But now look at what, you know, Siri's done. He's pushed in the top lane. The top T2 is going to take a little bit of damage. The Dream Roam, the Wind Slash was on point, but the Infinite Vastness, he's going to look to just maybe go aggressive. No, he actually backs on out of this one. SCARZ does not want to take this team fight.
Yep, so take a look. Perfect wave management, right? They don't even need to kill anyone. They just take the turret.
Absolutely perfect there. And that provided a lot of space for Siri to get as much, you know, push down that top T2. Forced it out, right? You look like you're going to go for a team fight. No, it's actually just a feint. The real thing is that we wanted to get the objective top.
Yep, and with all of this little plays around the map, Illusion now rewards himself with the Savant's Wrath. He is a menace at this point. Every Kachosan, every Ryu engine is going to be extremely painful.
Yeah, it's going to be huge, but is he able to find them? I mean, ASD is a nice target, Gens as well. Great stun thus far. Everybody's so low from SCARZ, and it looks like Haku is continuing to take the Tyrants. I don't know if Arashi's going to be there. He does have the Smite. Wind Slash is going to be a little off the mark. I don't think he actually goes for this Unruly Blade. Gens has already been killed, and they've got the nice little knockup. He throws out the Truth. Rilbur is doing some damage. The Dream Roam all the way around. The Dream Bubble as well. Kyung is limping away. He's going to be fine. ASD not as lucky. He's going to be killed here. Rilbur continuing to fight. They did get Illusion in return as well as Haku, so it's a 2 for 2.
Oh, big fight for the side of Nongshim there. I mean, they understood the win condition, so they committed every single thing. At this point, Haku dying, not a problem, man. We have Siri if we really want to commit to taking the neutral objectives, but at this point, the map is easier to control, and the map is more important.
Yeah, it's definitely more important here. Nongshim right now is coming out with the victors in that team fight by a slight edge. Yes, Illusion and Haku had gone down, but that opened things up. Now with only, 4 members, ASD just got respawned. He comes back to life. The Dream Bubble onto Faye. He's going to be surviving, and they do take the Tyrants.
Yep, it's not a team fight play, but Faye with that thing inside a box, just stopping Arashi from coming in is a huge achievement, because that, puts them in a very horrendous position. Now they have to fix the waves, and this opens up the map perfectly for Nongshim, right? They have so many options. Do we want to go for the debuffed status of going for the Overlord, or do we want to get for another fight, right? We have that Tyrant's buff.
Yeah, and they've got the Tyrant buff, and they're pushing them along. SCARZ have to just hide under those T2s, just trying to stay alive, been pushed back. This is a good one. You push with the wave, you force them all out to have to play them defensively to deal with those waves. Now you could actually back off and take that Overlord if you wanted, but the world is your oyster, so to speak.
Yeah, for sure, and they have the shocking device as well, because they are just chucking them out of their shells. Rilva will not be long for this world.
Oh, Rilbur is getting gone on. He's going to use it. No, he's going to be killed. Illusion takes him down, slicing him down and takes it out. And it looks like Ochik somehow surviving, but that's the pickoff that they needed. He's down for 30 seconds.
Yep, he had to commit everything in his arsenal, and at this point, it's just pressure on pressure for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here. Arashi's still up in front. He gets Wind Slash. He's going to Lingering Dream to keep himself into this one. Wants to just tank them and just kind of push them away. Kyung actually uses the Force Field Suppression, but they've been scared away. They're going to look to regroup. No, it looks like they're going to take the Overlord instead.
Yep, and with all the fake outs on the fights, now Nongshim has bought so much time that now the debuff is gone. They are free to go for the Overlord as and when they want.
Yep, and they've taken it out. You know, that was nice play by Faye, just staying up in front, providing that vision, seeing who was coming. Jen was there, threw out a cannon blast, and just pretty much ended that attack. Arashi now getting gone on here. So tanky. Yes, he's tanky and survivable, but he's not really doing a whole lot of damage. Hasn't had that perfect dream room just yet.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the levels at this point, Ochik under level, he will not be able to dive in safely. He can, but it's a risk.
Yeah, it's going to be a risk. And I would think that he wants to be the second initiator. You don't want to be the first one, especially being behind. That bottom T2 is going to get destroyed here. Arashi taking a lot of damage. We're trading with Haku at this point. Oh, Faye needs to be careful. He Peacebringer's back. Looks like they're just going to kind of play at a knife's edge, try to stay at the maximum limits. The burst ram doing a little bit of damage as well onto Haku. But again, SCARZ looking to just disengage, protect that T2 mid.
Yeah, both teams have already burned out their Radiance here. Nice catch by Ochik, but look at the damage that's returned back to him.
He's taking quite a bit. Looks like he's going to back to the fountain to just kind of heal up. Oh, but they got Haku. That's going to be a big win for them. But the T3 was traded. So Nongshim realizing that, hey, we've got this. The nice little truth onto Kyung, pushing him back. The Enlightenment doing a lot of damage. But SCARZ is getting a little bit low as well. But Kyung is the first to fall on that one. And it looks like they got two. But now can SCARZ, what can they do to get back?
It's a consolation prize, right? At this point, they have to do so much. Now they have to clear the wave. They have to deal with the Overlord Vanguards as well. They did clear out the Shadow Overlord, right? So that's great. But at this point, once the game resets, even though it's just a 3,000 gold lead, the waves are just destructive on the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, they've been pushed back. They have to deal with the waves. They've kind of fixed that one. The bottom was kind of in the mid area. Obviously, that will push in that bottom lane. But SCARZ realizing that, hey, we need some more damage. We're going to go with this Tyrant here, just try to blow this up. We're getting something out of those two kills.
Yeah, while of course this was the only option available to SCARZ, it also plays really well into the draft because they are a team fight draft, right? They want to go for the team battles, they want to get the kills. So this buff for the next 75 seconds, I don't think is a great idea for Nongshim RedForce to just fight head on, but a baited fight will be good.
Yeah, a baited one, just trying to pick people off potentially, right? Oh, Siri! Oh, barely survives that Flaming Palm. I thought was going to pick him off, but he does survive somehow, sticking around. That was very, very close for Siri.
Yep, too close for comfort, to be honest. I think that both of us kind of freaked out at that point. But one more thing that's going to add on to the pressure here. Scepter of Reverberation into the hands of Illusion. So I think Nongshim, they're ready to fight at this point.
They're ready to fight. They want to get the pick off. ASD's done a great job of just hiding in the back lane. He has not been an easy target to find, but it looks like Haku, Unruly Blades, he's going to be back. Hides under that tower, keeping it alive, but SCARZ now have that push. They do end up taking the mid T1.
Holla, I don't know about you, but it feels like Jens is playing with a little bit more confidence. I like it. Yes, we will go into a pause, so that gives me a little bit more time. But Jens, I think, in the last 2 to 3 minutes, his positioning has been on point.
Yeah, he's been on point. He's been good. I mean, he needs to really step up this game, right? I think that he died a couple times, a little, not to say carelessly, but, you know, unfortunately for him, he did get caught out in some of the earlier games, and that was in the first series going up against Fearless Esports. But this is one where he's playing a little bit more, you know, a little bit more cautiously. He's staying in the back. He's trying to get as much farm as possible because, again, they really need his damage in that mid to late game.
Oh yeah, for sure. But so far, I'm pretty impressed, right? They have been playing from behind, but suddenly if you take a look at the way that they've been playing in the past 2 to 3 minutes, it feels like they aren't playing from behind, right? I think they kind of see a window of opportunity on how to take the team fights against Nongshim RedForce, and they might be trying to force that weakness or force a mistake coming out from Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah. It's one of those things where, like, you know, net worth be damned. I don't care. You know, I think that, you know, our level point, we have enough to do some damage. We have decent team fight. This is our time to kind of take the fight to the enemy team right now. And I think SCARZ are taking advantage of that. They're trying to force it out. They're trying to put Nongshim on the defensive, who have been, I would say, largely the aggressors throughout this game.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now we will head back into the game itself. And if we take a look at the state of the map itself, it's definitely more blue, right? There's so many turrets taken away from the side of SCARZ that I think it's going to take a huge team fight, one ace probably to kind of reset things in their favor.
Yeah, it's one thing to take that, to get that ace to start that team fight. But again, the bottom T3, they need, it's been taken out, right? So it will constantly push. They need to deal with that. So any sort of affront, any sort of aggressive play that they have, they need to ensure that they fix the lanes before they do it. It looks like Rilver is going to be that guy pushing it out. Now you have a 4 versus 5 elsewhere. Nongshim may be looking to start things off.
Yep, it's a battle of the farm lanes. Both farm laners are 6 slotted at this point.
Oh, the Unruly Blade keeping him alive. Haku takes a little bit of damage on that return, but it looks like they want to go for this one. SCARZ going in for this one. The Dream Realm is going to try to chase after Siri. He wants to go. He's about half life. Does need to be a little bit careful. And it looks like they want to go with this, the Enlightenment doing some damage as well, but the nice Wind Slash, the Unruly Blades back to safety. They're playing a little bit, more on the defensive side. Who gets caught out? They're starting to do a little bit of damage. The second Wind Slash does miss. Arashi's still up in front, half life. Man, he's very tanky.
Oh yeah, this is them just feeling each other out. Illusion. Every Kachosen that's missed is unfortunate because it gives away his position, and at the same time, this gives SCARZ a little bit more sustainability because they understand now, hey, we can actually take this fight.
Yeah, but Arashi and Ochik are really not the targets that you want for the Kachusens. They're the tankier of the two, but it looks like the Overlord's going to be taken. Haku's going to smite that one and secures it. The Unruly Blade, he's going to do some damage, and then they go in for this one. Arashi, he's going to finally be killed. They finally found him, but Siri's been killed, and he's going to be back on the list. And it looks like they want to go for more. They got Rilver as well. That's a 2-0 thus far, and now they're 2-for-1. Illusion is down.
This is the best gameplay from the side of Nongshim, right? Faye stopping the Dream Roam with the Cannon Blast, and of course with Illusion, he's there now, but he got that real engine 3-man knockup on the backlines that just caused chaos.
Okay, caused a lot of chaos. And speaking of chaos, this Blade Storm all the way up in front, zoning. Haku still up in front. They're looking to push that top lane. Oh, but the Flaming Palm! Oh, Zhen's is starting to do some damage. He has a ton of it right now.
Yep, if you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. They will not be able to break any more tier 3s on the side. They do get the one on the top, but, SCARZ, they still survive.
Somehow survive, right? They need to slow the game down. At some point, it's one of those things where at what point do they have enough farm to really start winning these team fights? SCARZ right now on the back foot has one single T3 mid standing. That's like all she wrote in terms of defense, but now this Tyrant fight is going to be pretty huge.
Okay, so whatever advantage you have acquired for yourselves on the side of Nongshim, it's probably going to be negated if they get the next Tempest, which is going to appear in the next 50 seconds or so. Right now, SCARZ, main focus is let's get the Tyrant.
Yeah, looks like over the steal! Oh, Faye! Oh, he somehow gets it with a Cannon Blast, picks it off, and Faye with a flex. Oh, all that work by SCARZ. Now they're on the run. They're trying to just stay alive. Not getting that one. The Dream Roam back to safety. It looks like they're going to go for this one. They're just going to run away. And in shame, because you let the enemy roamer get that steal.
Yep, it is a Cannon Blast that not just deals magical damage, it deals emotional damage at this point because SCARZ now on the back foot. There is a Tyrant's buff, Shadow Tyrant's buff moreover on the side of Nongshim.
Okay, and it looks like this is going to be a huge fight here. Enlightenment doing a decent amount of work on Kyung. With the infinite vastness, he thought about going forward. He's going to back up, just deal with the minions. The T3, it looks like it's been taken out. This is the Tempest Dragon has spawned. This is going to be a massive one. Who wants it?
Oh, both teams definitely want it. At this point, Nongshim RedForce, they're going to be a little bit more safe, right? Because the debuff is going to be on your hands for another 28 seconds or so. The Primal Bond, really effective at this stage of the game, especially when you're dealing something as tanky as the Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, but just even getting to it is going to be tough, right, from both squads. I think Nongshim wants to kind of push them back, control them, and then, make them just deal with their own minions, fix the lanes a bit. SCARZ right now on the run, just trying to stay alive at this point. They've been pushed back, and Nongshim have done a great job of just kind of imposing their will on the enemy team.
Okay, but at this point, no buffs on the side of Nongshim, and we have both buffs on the hands of Jens as well. So he's going to be very vital in this team fight. He cannot afford to die. Flanked by Kyung on the backlines.
Yeah, he needs to stay alive at this point. I mean, Illusion just kind of throwing out those Kachus and just staying alive as well. Faye just trying to scout it out, sees Arashi, wants to lock him down with this Tempest. Kyung is looking to go in. He seems to be in the wrong side of this. He was the heart of the enemy team. The rest of the team were not on the same page. This could be a bit of a disaster. Dream Realm going forward, tries to go in for this one. The Tremor Smash is a little off the mark, but they're looking to turn the Infinite Fastness and Sage's Sanctuary, keeping him alive. No, Siri's going to be down as well. That's 2 already, and now they want to go for Haku. They're forcing it down. Haku, he's been knocked up one more time, and they get the Flaming Palm to slice him down. Haku is down, and the Tempest Dragon is still up, but they need to deal with the base. The minions are turning into Winions, and they actually win the game, and that was a huge disaster for SCARZ.
A big miscalculation there. It was looking perfect for the side of SCARZ. That was really unfortunate. Just one slight mistake, and that's how much of a difference something and some decisions can make for you. SCARZ, they were in it. They were locked in for the win, but the Winions said otherwise.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you're so tunnel visioned into that team fight, just trying to win it out. I mean, they had a great team fight. They got 3 pickoffs, and they were like, oh, we got this, we got this, we got this. But the entire time, the super minions were bashing on the base, taking it out, and minions turning into Winions.
Yep. A little bit unfortunate, but hey, this is what happens, right? And when you're in the heat of the moment, things aren't really clear for certain parts of the map. And with that being said, congratulations to Nongshim RedForce. They will take up the first game of this best of 3 series. SCARZ once again handed another L for learning in the first game of the day.
All right, at what point SCARZ is just like all the learning is just making their heads just giant? Like, when are they going to explode, right? Like, when is that going to happen?
Well, it needs to happen ASAP at this point, right? Take a look at the farm on the side of Nongshim RedForce. I want to highlight Siri. Siri hit that 12k farm pretty early in the game. He was 6 slotted right from the get-go, right? Last item, Sun Chaser, that proved to be the turning point. But that last fight was really SCARZ just showing up because Zhen's was having so much damage across the entire team fight. Siegebreaker, he dealt a total of close to 30% of the team's damage here. And unfortunately, while it was enough, it wasn't enough to save the game.
All right, look at Nongshim. Look at the damage dealt. This is all across, you know, in terms of hero damage that they did. They had 4 heroes over 100k damage. Everybody contributing here. Even Faye, he was on point. He had those steals. He had almost everything that you want from the roamer. But, you know, Kyung, he was kind of like the weakest link with only 93k damage.
Yep, unfortunate, right? But, you know, take a look at the damage eaten on the side of SCARZ. While there was a lot of damage dealt by Nongshim, SCARZ, they had Arashi just taking up 203,000 of that damage along with the other teammates as well. Now, this one was a much closer game. In fact, SCARZ had the goal lead at the end of the game, and Nongshim just edged it out.
Very close, and we'll see the highlights. This is really back and forth. This is 2 evenly matched squads. We knew it was going to go down to the wire, but letting minions win it out for you, I didn't expect that much, right? I think SCARZ had a chance. They had that great team fight. They set things up, of course. Nongshim having a pretty decent early game, pushing it out, making SCARZ play a very defensive game. But SCARZ, I like their resolve. I like the fact that they were able to come back, win out some of the, a decent number of team fights to get themselves back in the game, extend it, give your team a chance. And Zhen was able to do a lot of damage, but unfortunately, they were not able to win this game.
Yeah, so it's one of the tough things, right? It's actually really hard to buy time against a team as good as Nongshim RedForce, and SCARZ successfully did it. The only thing was they just didn't manage the waves well enough, and I think this is something that SCARZ is going to definitely take as a very endearing lesson because it is a painful loss, let's be honest about it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And it's one of those things where the Tempest Dragon was about to happen. The first thing you need to check is where are the lanes, right? Is anything at risk? Can we even contest the Tempest without, protecting, like without just like leaving our base wide open, right? We need to ensure it's there because if you're looking at it now, the minions are pushing in the bottom lane, but the team fight is happening, right? So they're so tunnel vision, they didn't see that those minions were coming, but of course, the MVP here, Haku, 100k damage. He was just on point, but the damage taken, 221 as well, quite a bit.
Yeah, no doubt about it, right? The way that Haku set up the team fights for Nongshim RedForce was one of the winning markers for the the game itself. He was the main cornerstone, if not the only cornerstone of the team, because everything played off of Haku, right? Haku was the one responsible for jumping in. Haku was the one responsible for soaking in the damage, allowing the rest of the teammates to really capitalize on the fact that they were so focused on trying to burst down Haku that it allowed so many situations like Faye coming with the cannon blast, Mai, Illusion coming with the Ryu engine, knock up on that 3 members on the side of SCARZ, which really turned the huge team fight, got them the buff, got them the neutral objective, and put them in a state of the game at this point. But once again, this is just the first game. It is not over just yet, so we'll be going for a short break. When we're back, let's see SCARZ once again. Can they learn from their past mistakes and put one over Nongshim RedForce? We'll see you later.
tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your
Nongshim RedForce let their minions actually get the victory on that one. That seemed like an interesting one. That sixth player, so to speak, of those minions just pulling out the win. SCARZ unfortunately drop another game here.
Yep, this is not the situation they want to be in, and this is going to place the fate of the team in the hands of the other teams as well. So let's see, right? SCARZ, they need to recover, they need to get a win on the board, they need to put some points as well. So second game of the day, I think SCARZ have kind of figured out the winning formula, right? They like to play for the late game, and if you give them the farm, they will be able to hit the strikes that they're looking forward to. But Nongshim RedForce, not the easiest of opponents as well. They are pretty strong in their own rights.
Yeah, pretty strong, and I think they're making some pretty good game decisions, right? Understanding when to push, when to, even take that Tempest Dragon at the very end. They were like, okay, we clear out the wave one last time, and then we do take out the Tempest Dragon. Because, again, it's one of those things where if SCARZ is seeing everything, checking out the map, and seeing where the attacks are coming from, then they know to attack. Unfortunately, they weren't able to see that. All they saw was the Tempest Dragon and that team fight, and they ended up losing because of that.
Yeah, and this is one of the difficulties of late game, right? Because everyone now is a potential problem. Everyone has farm, everyone has itemization. So you can't just ignore a singular member from the opponent's side. Now, let's go straight into the fate of reality here. It is going to be Musashi and Da Qiao being banned out by SCARZ. Nongshim going to follow up with the Elaine and the Dolia.
Okay, Elaine, what do you think about this as a first phase ban?
I think it's an important one, right? I feel like maybe they feel that Rilva is enabled by the Elaine pick.
Yeah, because, not banning the Ogryn here might come back to bite them, right? In the sense that, it's one of those things where the Dahlia ban, fine, I like it. That's a great first phase, but taking the Elaine over the Ogryn in terms of a first ban, that seems a little suspect considering the power level that Ogryn is usually at.
Well, we've seen international and world-class teams deal with the Ogryn, right? So it is not all said and done when the Ogryn gets picked. So Yuhuan, as we've already seen, now going to go into the hands of Nongshim. One of the perfect answers as well, Arlie as well. Anyone that is able to melt down Ogryn from range will be great. We also have the potential Shangguan pick coming out from Nongshim, which will be a massive detriment to the side of SCARZ if they get it their way.
Okay, well, things that are going their way, SCARZ being able to pick Ogryn, Lung, and Moats, all very meta pick, very strong. This draft is looking to be very, very tough to deal with already. Obviously, they could use a little bit more, probably somebody, like an initiator type to kind of help out Ogryn so that he's not just focus fired. But they have a lot of potential. Like, you see that lineup as a Nongshim coach. What do you pick other than this Mai?
Well, I think at this point, let's take a look at maybe a Zhang Fei, right? We want someone that's able to give shields or heals, but in the form of fighting against an Ogryn, shields don't matter that much because his 4% calculates based on your health, not on your total value of life in addition to the shields. So someone that's going to be healing will be beneficial to the side of Nongshim, which is why they picked out the Yuan. Maybe someone like a Ming, I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, they've gone with the Mai here to kind of, again, just kind of round it out. You can kind of get onto Lung potentially, or even the Moats. You have that potential for outplay. I kind of like that pick there. But the Yuan, I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure on him in the sense of Haku just being that frontliner, that tanky, that's providing vision and just kind of being a nuisance, right, up front. Okay. What else do you think that SCARZ needs to kind of deal with the Yuhan?
I think at this point, Musashi would be great, but they banned that out as well. But it's always a consideration, right? Do we want to go for the peel or do we want to go for the burst? So I think someone who offers good burst would be great, and someone like Byron makes a lot of sense. At the same time, that's why Nongshim takes out Byron for themselves. I feel like this is a draft checkmate coming out from the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Okay. All right. You think that it's coming along, right? The Byron just rounds it out, or just kind of, helps out what they need, right? And I think that this draft is coming along quite nicely. The only thing that they're missing right now is the roamer. But all right, SCARZ kind of going into this one, you see that lineup, you see the potential of like everyone very mobile, minus, even the Byron to a certain extent. You have different options, but I think that, okay, the Mayan and the Cayenne for the sustain to kind of deal with this. Because again, you were talking about how Yuan creates like a secondary phase in each of the team fights, right? With the Unending Sorrow and without. And I think Cayenne kind of helps out with that, where they are able to kind of fight for a little bit longer.
Yeah, this support coming up for SCARZ, it does give them a little bit more health, sustainability, which benefits the Ogren, right? But this also tells me there's a lot of emphasis and pressure onto Arashi as the jungler, because if the Ogren does not get an advantage or a lead in this game, or game number 2, Nongshim is just going to walk all over them.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on him to just kind of to really step up on this one. But Arashi, I think he's up for the call. I think that he's the right one. But okay, the Leon Po, you've got the Tremor Smash that can hopefully just dictate and just stop some of the shenanigans that SCARZ is going to bring to the table. So Leon Po here just kind of rounding out that draft. Okay, going into this one, we see that Nongshim is up 1-0. Is this draft good enough for them to take the second game?
I think it is, right? I think if they really play with the pacing they had in game number 1, I don't think SCARZ will be able to hit the timings as what they need to and what they want to. Because Tyan is great, provides a lot of heals, but you're losing out in a lot of damage potential, right? And Mayin, great damaging hero, but needs some items to support. So unless they have like First Blood going to the side of SCARZ, I don't see how this is going to work too much into favor of SCARZ.
Okay. All right. SCARZ here. This is, of course, game 2. They lost the first one. Nice burst ran by Faye up in front, but now he's in a bad spot. He gets cannon blasted to the face, taking a decent amount of damage here. So Faye does need to back off here. But now SCARZ, again, they lose this one. They've gone 0-2 against both of the other teams in this 3-team group. They do not want to be there. I think that this has got to be a must-win for them, right?
It must be. This situation is really tight for the side of SCARZ, right? Which is why you can see them playing with a little bit more aggression this time. I like it coming up from SCARZ, but they need to ramp it up, right? This aggression is not enough. And here we go. Maybe this will be...
Oh, they got the nice little launch up. And Rilver actually coming out from the top lane, goes all the way in, takes out Illusion. Woo!
Yep, this is them checking all of the, taking all of the checkboxes, right? They need this. So they need the First Blood, they need to go for more invades, they need to make life a little bit more difficult. They need to slow down every single aspect of Nongshim RedForce's farm.
Yeah, need to slow it down. They need to take over, and invade as much as possible. I think SCARZ was not able to do that. I think Nongshim were, again, the aggressors in the last game, where they were able to kind of just invade the enemy jungle and contest as much as possible. But SCARZ need to have a much better early game.
Oh yeah, for sure. You can definitely tell the aggression here. It's going to be a couple of pokes, right? But Rilver this time just going straight for the Meteor. But on the flip side, Kyung understands that, hey, they are going to be more aggressive. Let me be a little bit more defensive. He gets a Nettle Gauntlet as the first item.
Okay, all right. I think it's going to start things off strong here. Nongshim here just, again, invading with Haku. Rilver, all he can do is really watch at this point. Not really much you can do against 1 versus 2. But, okay, Arashi, you talk about the fact that Ogren needs to get as much farm as possible. It looks like he's even stealing the mid lane farm from ASD. Is this the right decision?
At this point, based on what's happening in the map, yes, because there's nothing else in the jungle camps on the side of Nongshim RedForce. So he needs to be consistently on par. He needs to make sure that at every single moment when the opportunity opens up, he needs to be farming some sort of camp, be it his, be it Nongshim's, it doesn't matter. He needs to match up because Haku will be very fast.
Yeah, will definitely be very fast. And Arashi just, again, it looks like they're funneling as much as possible. Like, Arashi's taking all the mid lane as well as the jungle. They know their win condition, which is going to be around Arashi. He's the highest thus far with 2K. So, again, I think SCARZ have done a great job understanding priorities at this point.
Yeah, until he gets his hands on both the Blazing Cape along with the Eye of the Phoenix, he's not going to be able to open up the map in the team fights for SCARZ. So, Arashi, everything needs to funnel, needs to go into his pocket, right? It's fine if it's delayed, hang on, one-on-one in the mid.
Yeah, just to think inside the box, just to kind of, I think he was just flexing at this point. Illusion's like, haha, you can't go anywhere. Just, that was pretty much it. There was really no threat of a kill in that case. Yeah, but Arashi here, again, just farming, level 7 Haku. Keep it on pace, though.
Yeah, we'll really see, right? Arashi's gold is super important for SCARZ in this particular map. Jens, yes, he's the farm lane. He needs the farm based on the farm's lane name, but he can take a backseat for the moment because with Arashi unable to tank, that will be the detriment to the fights for SCARZ.
Yeah, for sure. And look at Kyung just cutting the creeps there, dealing with it. And so that River, yeah, not really much. He has to just kind of solo that. But Kyung now making a move to the mid lane. They're going to do some damage. They got the nice little knock-up. The Conductor of Souls was not enough, and Arashi goes down.
That's 5 members on the side of Nongshim in the first 4 minutes of the game. Perfect timing for them because now they get the Tyrant for free and they get the kill on Arashi. So they stop the farm, they get that explosive growth on their ends, they have the Tyrant's buff as well for the next 80 seconds. Everything working well for Nongshim.
Yeah, and it all kind of starts with, again, the minor details. It's like, Kyung, why did he split, why did he cut the creeps in that top lane, right? He cut it out, made sure that River had to stick around because he has to tank the top, minion waves that are coming. Kyung was able to rotate, and with that rotation, they were able to get that kill. And then it compounded into the Tyrant. So small things that just really add up to a much larger equation, so to speak.
Yeah, at this point, ASD, I'm not really a big fan of his itemization. He does get the Holy Grail. He's going to have 20% cooldown, mana regen as well, but he's not going to be very defensive, right? And means his growth is going to be cycled for quite a long while. He's not survivable at all.
Yeah, he's gonna. I mean, it's all in or all about the damage at this point. Just trying to do it that way, just with the burst. Hopefully, just looking on his positioning and not really, take too much damage. But SCARZ, okay, this is a little bit of a wash in terms of net worth. It looks like they want to go. The Conductor of Souls, Kyung, uses the force field suppression, just trying to stay alive. He's going to let the Overlord do some damage with the flash over the wall, and Kyung stays alive.
Big outplay there. So Arashi is trying to look for more, going to use the Path of Passing as well. At this point, it really is damage limitation because Nongshim, yes, the gold lead is not in their favor just yet, but the game is. Let's be honest about it.
Yeah, it's definitely, you're kind of starting to feel it. Arashi hasn't, I mean, yeah, they've been prioritizing, but he's not even the tops on his own team right now. So there's a little bit of wasted time or whatnot. He's trying to skirmish here, but he's not getting any conversions with any kills to kind of help him along.
Yeah, EXP definitely going into the equilibrium at this point, and look at the damage they're able to do, right? Arashi, every time he's delayed for the Blazing Cape as well as the Eye of Phoenix is not good for the team.
Oh, River taking a lot of damage. He uses the healing dew, but Kyung is going to take that top T1, and with the help of Haku, just also waiting in the wings with Illusion, there's really nothing River can do, and they lose the top T1 tower.
Yeah, now the momentum is definitely in their favor. Arashi caught in between 3 and 4.
Yeah, and Ochik on the run. Oh, nice slam up. That was the Tremor Smash that they wanted, but where's the follow-up damage? The infinite vastness. Is he going to go aggressive? He's looking to turn this, and he does. And it looks like he wants to go for Illusion. He's trying to force this one out, but he's going to back off, realizing that the rest of the team has disengaged.
Very beautiful play from the side of Nongshim there. They understood what the risk was. They baited him for a little bit, and for a moment, Arashi was life-stealing like crazy. And Nongshim recognized that. They said, let's not take the fight.
Yeah, not really worth it. Smart disengage there, not giving up anything. And again, this is a bit of a coin flip still. It's like no real strength, or nobody's really in control of this game as of yet. It's still just about the farm and the next big item. Which item do you think is that tipping point for the, either of these teams to be like, hey, I got this, now let's go?
I was actually thinking of the Eye of the Phoenix, but Arashi goes for the Ominous Premonition instead, which is kind of interesting to me. I think he feels like Siri is the main problem he needs to deal with at this point.
Okay, all right. Looks like, we'll see what items they do get. But, again, SCARZ pushing out that mid lane, just trying to force this out, defending their towers. Okay, but here's the teleport play by Kyung into the bottom lane. Looks like they want to go for Arashi, or they thought about it, especially with that rotation. Haku eats a Cannon Blast. It looks like SCARZ is going to back off here, hopefully take their own Crimson at this point.
Yeah, they have to. At this point, Illusion actually gets the Insatiable Tomb. So it's a perfect situation going up against the Allgrim, right? At the same time, because of the heals, they might need a little bit more sustain, or they will be playing to the strength of Arashi.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. I mean, he's still level 11. He hasn't really kind of, taking a huge lead, so to speak, but Arashi, you know, just pushing ahead. This Tyrant is going to be massive. Illusion is going to be joining as well. He's making a rotation. The Unending Sorrow used once. That's going to be phase 2 of this team fight. How do they continue? The Tyrant is still up in there, and it looks like Rilver's going in for this one. He tries to get in, but Rilver's going to be the first to fall, and it looks like the Infinite Fastness on the sideline. He wants to go aggressive. He's going to go in. Nice 2-man knockoff. Illusion, he dashes away to safety. Everybody's so low. Arashi, we're using that path of passing to get away. Cayenne is going to be killed. Ochik, that is. Jens is going to be killed as well. And Kyung is chasing after him. Conductor of Souls or not, it doesn't really matter. He's going to get 4 for nothing.
Yep, and this is where the range comes into play, right? So Nongshim just overstepping the boundaries, and for good reason as well. SCARZ just don't have the damage, they don't have the survivability as well. And now everything on the map is for Nongshim's taking.
Yeah, they're taking everything. They just won that huge team fight, converting it into the Tyrants, and it's looking to be the mid T1 as well. SCARZ right now on the back foot yet again, down 3K. And really, this is the Arashi show. They need to figure something out, how to get him more involved, more farm, some way to do it, but he's falling behind Haku.
Yep, and this is why I say, you know, Nongshim RedForce is really smart, right? They're a really strong team, not just in the execution, but the ban picks. They have identified what the win condition is. So it doesn't matter, sure, you have the Ogryn, we just overturn it by having so much control, so much range, so much damage.
Yeah, it's all about the damage at this point, right? And it kind of seems like Arashi trying to chase after them, but there's no way that you just literally just chase after without some sort of, you know, set up, some sort of stun. But, you know, Rilver all the way up in front, he's trying to get serious, so to speak, but it looks like he's going to just whatever on out of this one. He's going to get back, but it looks like Siri did get that tower in the top lane.
Yep, so it's everything in benefit to Nongshim, right? Because one of the things that is bound to happen when you play a tie-in, Ochik, he needs to be in the team, he needs to be close, and this opens up so many opportunities for Faye to land that perfect Tremor Smash, right? And with the control, Kyung just follows it up. The synergy is just insane coming in from Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, they have a lot of synergy, and they're playing well together. It's one thing to have the right heroes, but to do it well coordinated, right? Arashi's still up in front, trying to deal with this, but Faye just scouting it out, realizing that there's really no threat at this point.
Yeah, and until Nongshim RedForce, you know, unexpectedly makes the mistakes of really clumping up, it's hard to find the value for Rilver in the team fights as well.
Oh, the burst ram forward. He's going to go for the Tremor Smash, connecting onto 2. They want to go for this fight. They actually dive it. They take the bottom T2 and they continue on. Arashi taking so much damage. He's going to be killed. It goes the way of Siri, and they also got Ochik as well. So that's a 2 for nothing thus far. And it looks like they're pushing, but those minions are going to be cleared, and it looks like they're going to back off here.
Yeah, what can they do on the side of SCARZ? They need so much more time, right? Oh, hang on!
Oh, Jens! Oh, Siri with the outplay. He gets the damage and he gets on out of there, and Siri gets another pickoff.
Yeah, and he did that without the Sun Chaser. Now with the Sun Chaser on hand, he's just essentially gonna be out of reach.
Okay, it looks like the bottom T3 is going to be taken, as well as the mid. They're forcing it down. Nongshim are in full control. The top lane has no minions. It's all the way on their side, so they're going to look to back off, but the base is, again, wide open. Nongshim looking to just back off, maybe take the Overlord, and then make one last push.
Yeah, we're about 2,000 gold away before Siri gets the full 6 slotted sets. So this is not an ideal situation for SCARZ at all. And at this point, I find it really hard to see an opening for SCARZ to really make any comeback, unless there is a huge major mistake coming out from the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, I mean, to lose this game with this lead and the amount of map control they had would be disastrous for Nongshim. They would have to make some pretty huge mistakes to do it. But again, if we're looking more on the SCARZ side, how did they get back in this game? They need to find simple pickoffs. Just slow it down. Oh, but a nice Tremor Smash, the infinite vastness. He's going to get on out of there. And ASD trying to run for his life. Ochik as well, but Rilver's been killed, and they're forcing it down. The Soul Resonance is trying to heal up Arashi. He's on the run, but he's being chased. Haku not letting him go, and they're continuing to duel. That top T3 is taking a little bit of damage, even from the minions. Arashi's still up in front. Haku gets cannon blasted to the face. He's going to back off. That T3 top has been stopped. They can't do damage because they don't have any minions.
Yep, you know what? But they don't care. They're gonna try and enforce it. They will enforce their will. It is going to be Nongshim. This is a barren base coming in for the side of SCARZ. And with this, they leave them to deal with the pressure. They're gonna start working on this Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, this one's going to be a free one, right? With all 3 lanes pushing, they've taken all the towers, the T3s, the base is the only thing standing, and all SCARZ can do is watch at this point, understand that, hey, we are so far behind. How do we get back in this game?
I absolutely have no idea. I'll be honest about it because every single itemization that Nongshim is doing right now is the benefit from the defenses of SCARZ, right? Let's just focus about Faye at this point. Frigid Charge, the earworm that comes out procs it, and he's gonna get 12% of his health as a shield right as the fight starts.
Yeah, right as it starts. I mean, he's just kind of up in front as well. He's just so tanky. They can't deal with Faye. And he like spots out all 5 members because they're sticking together. So they know where they are. And it looks like they want to just kind of, you know, just push this out. All the super minions are pushing it. This is so difficult. Nongshim looking for the nice burst ram. The Magma Slam on top of this one. But the Conductor of Souls has been committed early. He's going to be killed. Arashi's down for 40 seconds. ASD is trying to whittle back, but they take the base. And Nongshim get the 2-0 over SCARZ.
Clean game, and Nongshim RedForce, they will follow suit along with Fearless Esports Hong Kong and take a win over SCARZ. Now, this has been a painful lesson for the side of SCARZ, but it is not the end of the day yet, nor is it the end of their chance. They still have a chance tomorrow, but this will be the last we see of SCARZ for today. Now, let's cover a bit about how the game went. Holler, I don't like to sugarcoat things. How was this game for you?
It was tough. It was tough to watch if you're a SCARZ fan, right? It's one of those things where they were kind of behind. They really didn't have ways to catch up. They kind of struggled, right? They didn't really have the best laning phase and setting themselves up for kind of, you know, a bad game. And Nongshim are great with the lead. They understand how to play with when they have that. So it's one of those things where, okay, you talk about the losses just being learning lessons. I think that there's going to be a lot of lessons today as they went 0-2 against both of the other squads today. But SCARZ, that's going to be the end for them. We're going to see them tomorrow against the same 2 teams. They really need to bounce back.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? And this is one of the things that I really want to take a look at, which is Haku. Really interesting, actually goes more for a utility base. So with the breakthrough robe, but more importantly is the venomous staff, right? Most of the time you would leave it to maybe Illusion to do so, but they wanted Illusion to focus more on the damage, right? So he got the Insatiable Tomb, Savant's Wrath, probably going to the Void Staff after this, Scepter of Reverberation. So Illusion was in charge of the main damage, and Kyung responsible for that secondary Flash Initiation, Axe of Torment, Frostscar Embrace, Demon's Bane, Pure Sky. A lot of damage reduction, but a lot of damage as well.
All right, okay. I wanted to say one thing on that last slide, but it was like Illusion was 0, 2, and 6. Net worth was about 8K, second only to Faye, which is the roamer, right? Is Illusion doing enough on the Mai? I know that they won, but it's one of those things where it's like, even moving forward, is like the Mai pick the right pick for Illusion?
Oh yeah, it's definitely. At this point, right? Illusion, you can take him as a pawn on the chessboard, right? He absolutely is okay with dying because end of the day, a lot of the damage comes out from Siri, right? So as long as Siri stays alive, it doesn't matter who dies, right? The important members are for Haku and Siri to survive, and anyone else is really just the enabling factor for the side of Nongshim RedForce. And once Siri hits the strike, take a look at that goal lead, right? There was no coming back.
Yeah, but it took about 8 minutes for them to get into this one. I mean, SCARZ had a decent chance in the earlier game. They were trying to farm as much as possible for Arashi. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off in terms of dividends and kills. There was a lot of I would say wasted gank attempts that were happening, and then it kind of just snowballed from there, where Nongshim RedForce really took it to them, and they were to get them picked off. And Siri with that nice little pick off, and this is the game-ending win that they had. They just took out the base in the end.
Yep, and this leads us to our MVP, Haku, dealing 86,000 damage in total with a KDA of 2, 0, and 6. Not only did he tank, he got the damage in as well. Now, Haku just paved the way for his farm laner to capitalize on his growth. So, well played to Haku.
Yeah, very well played. And that's kind of what you want from the jungler, right? On the Yuan, just being this nuisance, doing that damage, taking damage as well, just being that frontliner, and that's kind of what you were on. I mean, impressively, he was like farming at the same rate, if not faster than Oghren. He was contributing more even to in the lanes. So that's kind of what you want. Again, Haku played it, a well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, for sure. So this has been a strong showing, right? And now we will get to kind of see who is the true champion. So both of these teams have gotten a win against SCARZ, but our last game of the day will be Fearless Esports Hong Kong going up against RedForce at Nongshim RedForce. Now before we get to that, we'll take a short break. Check us out later.
tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your way.
Tell you what you can't do, can't do, can't do.
tell you what you can't do. Gotta change all that. let them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your ways. Tell you what you can't do, can't do, can't do.
Liu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Liu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Liu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Liu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Liu Bang should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into team fights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duo someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
Welcome back. It is time for the last series of the day. It's going to be the Battle of the Giants here. Fearless Esports Hong Kong going up against our Korean counterparts, Nongshim RedForce. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Dofu, and with me today is Holler. How you doing, man?
Good. I'm excited about this one. This is, of course, going to be the last best of 3 for today, and both of these teams are undefeated. They both kind of bullied SCARZ a little bit in the sense of just getting 2-0s across the board, but now they're going to be going up against head-to-head, and this is going to be a super exciting game up ahead.
All right, so it will be 1 point apiece for RedForce as well as Fearless Esports, and of course, no points at all for SCARZ. So hopefully they will be putting themselves on the board tomorrow when they come back again.
Yeah, for sure. And they're definitely going to need to come back. They're going to need to figure things out. Also, they might want to get some help from one of the other teams. Obviously, both of these squads are going to be, duking it out. One of them is going to come out 2-0 for the day, but it'll just kind of make things a little bit easier. But let's go into Fearless Esports Hong Kong. This is, of course, Xingling, Dao Dao, Fable, KK, Woodwind as their squad. This is the team that was, the Pacific Open Series champs. They're kind of starting to peak very, very well. They had a rough start of the day against SCARZ, but they really bounced back. They 2-0'd them, and now they're going into the third game against Nongshim RedForce here.
Yeah, they kind of found their flow as the second game of the series came on board, right? So it's pretty clear that they are a force to be reckoned with. But right now, Nongshim RedForce as well, a team that's not too shabby. But how do they compare, right? Let's take a look at the 5 players representing Nongshim RedForce. We have Illusion in the mid, Haku in the jungle, Hyung in the Clash, Siri in the farm, and Faye in the support/roam as well. So pretty decent performance put forward by these 5 members. How will they do against Fearless Esports Hong Kong?
Yeah, it's going to be super important for this game one for both of the teams to dictate the pace and how things are going to go, right? Nongshim RedForce right now, they come off the victory off of SCARZ. They're warmed up. They're good to go. Fearless Esports had taken a little bit of a break, of a breather in between. But they were able to kind of watch how Nongshim RedForce were being able to play and what they tend to do. And it looks like the draft is underway, and Nongshim have picked up the Arlie, Ogren, and of course the Byron here.
Okay, so late game insurance, right, for the side of Nongshim RedForce. It is going to be in the form of the Arlie. Early game, they're looking for this Ogren and Byron to really hit their strides. But Fearless Esports Hong Kong, Zhang Fei and Yu Huan, very good early game heroes as well. And you know what? Lady Chen fits the bill too.
Yeah, I mean, they across the board, very meta picks, highly contested on both ends. Getting the Ogren, though, I always give the edge to, just because I feel like the Ogren is completely way too strong, at least in my own ranked games, and I feel like it's a scary hero to be going up against. Obviously, FEHK have an answer for it, or else they would not have let it go through, even into that second pick for Nongshim here.
Yeah, you know what? I think we're pretty familiar with how Dao Dao was performing in the earlier Pacific Split 2 qualifiers finals, right? So he was always on point with the Yu Huan, and I expect nothing lesser than that today as well. So it really is a race, right? Who is going to get their farm first? Who's going to have the levels faster than their counterparts? And looks like they want to deal with lesser stuns, lesser disruptions on the side of Fearless. So Mozi as well as the Yaria will be taken out of the picture.
Yeah, and the Yarya there, people were like, hey, it complements so well with the Ogren. They wanted to ban that out. You don't want to let the Ogren get even stronger and more difficult to deal with the potential stuns as well. So it's a nice little ban for them, but it looks like Nongshim have gone straight up on against the farm laners, Ho Yi and the Lung, kind of limiting things a bit for FE at this point.
Yeah, we have seen a couple of solutions offered by multiple teams coming in the form of the Direnzier, and looks like it will be picked up. But I'll be honest about it, we haven't had the best responses of Direnzier picks across all of the different qualifiers. So I am a bit fearful for this Direnzier, even though it's played by KK.
Yeah, and I think, it's, for me, the D-Range, it hasn't really had too much success. Its win rate hasn't been the highest as well. It just really hasn't been able to shine, and I just think it's because some of the other farm laners are just outclassing it. Like the Arlie, the Lung, the Hao Yi even. All of them just kind of contribute a little bit more. D-Range has its potential. It does a decent amount of damage if you can get them going, but again, I feel like in terms of a farm laner, it's not exactly top tier.
Yeah, at this point, and plus with the disruptions coming out from the Sun Bin and a Princess Frost, this is going to wrap up the Nongshim RedForce lineup, and I like it a lot. There's a lot of control, a lot of disruptions, and I would find it really difficult for the side of Fearless Esports to really hit their strides in the mid game.
Yeah, and Fearless Esports right now, I feel you have the Zhang Fei, that's kind of tanky. The Yuan, again, just has that heal and the way to deal with it. They pick up the Mayan to kind of just round out this draft, giving Xingling that Mayan. I think he's great on it, but going into this one, it's going to be really all about the back line. How did they get in there? Are they able to get control of them and just kind of burst them down at the right time?
Right, so any preferences for the draft for either side so far? My brain tells me, and my brain is usually wrong, but Fearless Esports is probably the better draft, or the better players as well. But my heart is always with Nongshim RedForce because I like Shin Ramen. Sure, I think we can run with that as well. I think in terms of execution, it might be a little easier for the side of Fearless Esports, right? But if they play the cards right on the side of Nongshim, it could be a big win in the first game of this series.
Yeah, it would be actually pretty huge. I think that, Fearless Esports, again, that first game against SCARZ kind of shook them up a bit, where they really weren't warmed up. I think that if they were to fall in this first game, that would be a huge shakeup. I want to see Nongshim RedForce kind of stick it to him, at least for that first game, to put a little bit of fear into Fearless Esports.
Yeah, now wave clear slightly better for the side of Nongshim RedForce here. They will start to have their initial rotations as well. And it looks like they actually managed to steal away one of the jungle camps.
Yeah, he's done a good job of just kind of just forcing it along, right? You want Faye's been great with that, just kind of invading or just making like contesting some of the easier camps, quote unquote. But Fearless Esports here doing a good job of just providing KK with all that space. DRenJ, we talk about the fact that it might not be top tier, but hey, if it's got enough farm, it can do the damage. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, you can definitely tell, right? He has KK has this confidence around him, and I think the Nongshim RedForce farm lane series is kind of buckling under that pressure as well.
Oh, Haku.
Yep, he's gonna go in 1-on-3. Conductor shows he's already at level 5. He's gonna try Woodwind falling low as well, and there's nothing to save him. First blood goes into the hands of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, Haku not scared. He's going to go in 1 versus 3, realizing that the rest of his squad was going to be on his backside to help him out. And he set it up, and Haku, that's a great start.
Yep, Xingling actually commits the flash there. Can they get the kill on Haku? Not going to be that case here. And Haku walks away scot-free.
Yeah, I actually thought Haku was going to go in, and I was like, what is he doing? He has no ult, he has no other skills, and he looked like he was going to be aggressive going into 1 versus 3. But I think this is the, you get drunk with power with the Ogryn. Like, you feel like you could take on the world, but sometimes you got to worry about your cooldowns.
Yeah, but take a look at it, the very big discrepancy, right? He is already at 2.3k.
Yeah, I mean, he's starting to get 2.5. Like, he's just stepping up. Obviously, that first blood really helped him. And it looks like they're trying to prioritize as much as possible, right? I mean, they're even letting Illusion just kind of help clear the wave a bit because he can kind of make the rotations around. And they're just securing as much farm as possible. We kind of saw this, what SCARZ was trying to do. But it looks like, so far, Nongshim have done a little bit better job of just kind of securing that farm for Haku.
Yeah, so nothing too big in terms of difference yet. But it is a bit tough, right, for the side of Fearless Esports.
Yeah, for sure. And, I mean, it's a little bit, again, they're behind 1K. It's not the end of the world. We've seen teams time and time again be able to come back. But this is one of those things where, it's a little on the scary side, especially since Haku is starting to out-level Dao Dao, who's, 8 to 6 at this point. They're prioritizing as much as possible. And again, this is why Ogryn, very hotly contested, must be first phase, banned if it's not going to be picked.
Yep, the pacing is insane at this point. He's already halfway done towards that Eye of the Phoenix.
Yeah, he's starting to get it. And I mean, 3.7, he's the win condition for Nongshim. Definitely putting themselves out, alleviating a lot of the pressure for Siri to not have to farm or to carry as much. Obviously, we expect Siri to get that farm and to do the damage. But, if Haku is getting all the farm and, and getting all the kills and net worth, it's not too bad of a big of an issue for Nongshim.
Yeah, now I want to point your attention to KK. He hasn't really been touched this entire time. He's about 2.6 thousand at this point. Spark Force Dagger in his hands as well.
Yeah, he's starting to get farm. Woodwind is going to spot this one out, but who's going to go?
It is going to be an attempted steal. They will get the steal here. It is going to go into the hands of Fearless Esports. The damage has been laid down though. A lot of members on the side of Nongshim RedForce are a little bit low. Haku tries to go in. Will not be allowed entry into the backlines of Fearless Esports. And Fearless Esports Hong Kong walk away with the first neutral objective.
Yo, that's a huge one for Woodwind. He just nonchalantly walks into the Tyrant Pit, gets the steal, walks out with the Unbridled Outburst. Nobody died, gets that steal. That's perfect play. So much time wasted and effort by Nongshim to kind of get that Tyrant, but to let it go to Woodwind, my friend, you got to do a little bit better than that.
Well, this is the perfect picture, right, for the side of Fearless Esports. They didn't have the best start. Now they are kind of climbing their way back.
Yeah, climbing their way back, trying to get themselves back in this game. Again, little top lane, little action.
Yeah,
no,
Illusion going to try and get him with the Shattered Ice as well. Not going to really work out by Haku. It's a 3-on-1 at this point. Dao Dao waiting on the backlines. They will go for it. 2-on-1. Haku just gets all of the help on his hands. Will be soaking up the damage to allow that T1 to fall. And here we go. The backup has arrived. They're going to force out the ultimates coming in. It's going to be the Unending Sorrow. No, actually, no. It's going to be the Melody of Peace to come in with the heals for Dao Dao. But that's all they can do here.
Yeah, Haku right there, just threatening, right? Forcing Jingling to play a little bit defensively. Dao Dao had to make that rotation to kind of help defend, but Haku was up in front. The rest of them, Kyung, Illusion, both of them took out that top T1. It's just space provided, space created, excuse me, and they ended up taking that tower. Really nice play by Nongshim.
Yeah, Fearless at this point, I feel like they would want to commit. Unbridled Arbor is already committed, and here we go. Once again, it's going to be the Melody of Peace. So I don't think this is a perfect position for, Fearless Esports to take a fight.
Yeah, they're going to back off here. And again, Fearless Esports using their skills just very defensively, just surviving. Yes, they're looking to sustain, but Nongshim is kind of like poking and prodding at you. See what your reaction is. If you use the things like the Unbridled Outburst, then they look to disengage. But then now they know that, the timer of that cooldown is going to be there.
Yep, and now matching of the itemization as well. Kyung gets his hands onto the exit tournament, and he gets a tier 2. This is 6.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, very quickly done. And again, it's just about the rotations, the moving around, seeing where they are. They were in their own jungle. They've been pushed back, but it looks like there's a little action in the mid lane.
Yep, that's a lot of damage, and here comes the heals as well. Once again, Dao Dao forced to use his ultimates prematurely before the actual fight.
Yeah, no real chance. Again, just staying alive. And again, I mean, it's not the biggest issue because of the fact that it's still really early in the game. But like later on the mid game, this is very depressing. You don't want Dao Dao to be using those Unending Sorrows that early in those team fights. He wants to be up front, just trying to do damage, chipping away. And then when he gets focused, he uses the Unending Sorrow to get out of jail free.
Yep, now, bear in mind, KK has had a lot of time and space to farm. He does have his 2 core items, the Doomsday, along with the Spark Pulse Jag as well.
Yeah. Okay, so he's getting the right items, and now they're being pushed along. But Nongshim, look at this. Sees that everybody's kind of invading their own jungle. They have no minions or whatever, but
The commitment onto Kyung there. He is falling a bit low. Nobody's able to kill him just yet, but he's in the face of Fable. Will he get the kill? It is going to be Dao Dao. He sets the tone here. Gets the first kill. Will they look for more? They will look to back out instead. In the meantime, on the bot lane, they're also having a split push. Haku wants to buy more time. He's going in. 1v3. No other lifesteal to be had just yet. He is in a position caught in the middle of 4 at this point. Conductor of Souls gets the heals. The time flux making so much work. Where's the time left as well? Not going to be here. Haku just trying to sustain through the fight, and the damage has been done. Fearless Esports will get a kill, unfortunately. It is going to be, no, it's a death. So they drop 1, they lose a T2, and it's all about Nongshim.
Yeah, it's all about Nongshim there. Haku's up in front, and you're kind of wondering, hey, why is he going 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4? It was more to just provide space for Siri, who was pushing in that bottom lane. Jinglin had actually made a rotation to kind of deal with it, and this is the replay where Siri catches out Jinglin, gets the solo kill, and that's perfectly what you would wanted to have done. Plus, they had taken the bottom T2, so again, Nongshim understanding what they need to do, how to attract attention in one place, but the real fight is somewhere else.
Yep, double whammy there. So he gets a level advantage from the kill on the Xingling. He gets a Tyrant buff as well, so that's going to increase the EXP. Dao Dao now looking for the opening for the fight. Woodwind gets caught out, does have access to his Unbridled Outburst at this point. Will he unleash the beast? Timelapse going to be dropped down as well. All the ultimates are falling. Haku falling low. Dao Dao looking for an opening onto Illusion. Will not be allowed, so here comes the Path of Passing as well. They're looking for an opening. No team is able to find the entry point, but once again, Nongshim RedForce opening up the map and pushing down, putting pressure onto the bot lane. Second phase of the fight. Will they look for the opening just here?
It looks like they've disengaged. They don't want any more of this. Haku up in front, just providing attention. He had a nice Conductor of Souls. I think it hit 4, maybe 5 heroes at that point. He was up front. Kyung took some damage, and he pushed it along. But now in the bottom lane, Jingling getting gone on by Kyung.
Yep, the support comes in. Kyung is now 1v2 as the rest of the team is going to try to make their way into the mid lane as well to get the punishment onto them. But Siri is falling low. 1-on-1. It is going to be a trade out farm lane for farm lane, but it's still a win at this point for the side of Fearless Hong Kong, because at this stage of the game, they have managed to recover some farm, but it looks like Nongshim RedForce, they want to force the issue. Top lane, once again, pressure all the way in.
Yeah, KK actually just barely, they traded with each other, but killed Siri first. That's going to be a bit more XP going his way. He's still behind, so it's going to help him, but it's not the worst thing in the world to be in that situation. Kyung dying was a little unfortunate, being a little bit overextended.
Yeah, hands on to Faye here. They will get the kill. Fearless Esports, they found the opening, but this time they might be getting punished. Haku drops the Conductor of Souls, will not be able to find a target just yet. Dao Dao just trying to poke him down, and at this point, it's a bit concerning because Haku's not taking any damage at all.
not taking too much, but he's being kited a bit, right? He's being slowed down. He can't get into the heart of Fearless Esports, and they've been pushing him away. They've kept him at arm's reach, so to speak. So we haven't seen Haku get too many kills. Yes, he's doing a decent amount of damage, but still, not having him in the heart of the enemy team is going to be much, much better. Haku takes the Overlord in the top.
Yeah, so very two distinct thought processes at this point, right? So Nongshim RedForce playing the map a little bit more, which is why they went for the Overlord. And Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they want to look for the pickoffs. So this Tyrant buff is definitely going to help them, not just with the wave clear, but the additional damage as well. So the next few seconds, really critical for both teams.
Critical. This is huge. I mean, look at net worth tied. Literally tied. I mean, at this point, it was 3.2. Now there's a little bit of a jump, but it was one of those things where, like, wow, both of these teams really going at it. These are two heavyweights trading blow for blow. And I mean, it's 4-3 kills are negligible, but Nongshim trying to push out. At this point, I don't even know who has the map control.
It will be decided in the next team fight, right? So if Nongshim wins this, you can be sure Fearless Esports base is going to be cracked open. And here we go. Haku is just looking for an entry point, right? But Dao Dao is all up in his face. They need to make sure they have the vision as well.
Both of these teams. Oh, Haku going in.
Yep, he will look for it. It is going to be just a poke at this point. They don't want to overcommit. The time bombs will be laid down. So it's really just peeling, right? Can we peel them long enough and hard enough so that we can really go for the fight?
Yeah, pushing it along. But again, this is, you think, why are they doing this? Why are they kiting them along? What's going on? But, oh, Siri.
Oh, first kill. It is going to be Siri who's taken down, and this is the marker they've been looking for. Fearless Esports going on to Haku. It is a 2v3, but the backup has come from the backlines as well. Dao Dao looking for it. They will lose out KK, so no farm names, but the damage is still able to be laid down. At this point, Haku, supported by Illusion. Dao Dao in a 1v2. Does he have ultimates? He will commit it at this point. Going for Illusion. Alpha passing slows it down, but will not be able to stop the death. But one-on-one, Haku gets the return kill, but it's still in favor of Fearless Esports Hong Kong because they have two members still surviving.
Haku, this Augurin is crazy. He was so low, he should have been killed, but oh, the Ocean of Tears.
Yep, it is going to be a finishing blow, a rampage, as Fearless Esports now run rampant across the map, but they have to make some security measures because the bot lane is being threatened at this point. Looks like they will let it go.
Okay, yeah, definitely let it go at this point. I mean, Haku right now, I was complimenting. I was just like, oh, he just survived. And then he gets blown up right there. So I guess that one's on me for directing that attention to Haku right there. But him dying here, he's level 15, still has a slight advantage. Obviously, dying there was a little unfortunate for him. But hey, Nongshim, they lost a lot of their team members at this point. They're actually behind now.
Yep, it's a bit unfortunate, right? And with the EXP swing, now Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they have a decent equilibrium across the map, right? Most of them are going to be close to the 15 level mark, max level.
Yeah, and look, let's talk about the net worth here, right? Jingling is actually the highest on his team, 10.2k. He's just been on point. He's 4-1-1, and he's just been doing, and he's been an absolute destroyer, providing a lot of space. And KK is doing a decent amount of damage with that space provided.
Yeah, now at this point it really is about positioning, and looks like the map pressure is starting to feel in from the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to push in the top lane. The minions are there as well. It looks like Haku's going to deal with this minion siege catapult here. But oh, they got Kyung.
Yep, it is going to be a big one. Kyung, without Kyung, there is no initiation of it besides Haku, and that's a really dangerous position. Now they can only choose to disengage. T2 being put under pressure as the next wave is going to start marching in.
Yeah, and I think that Kyung is just a little over-aggressive. I don't think he's tanky enough to be that front liner just yet. Oh, but Jingling.
Yep, he's working hard. The team is going to try and back him up. Not going to be apparent at this point, but it doesn't matter, right? T2 already taken in the mid lane. Now they just need to make sure they, manage that bottom wave, because we've already seen how it's like if you miss out the important markers like clearing the waves.
Yeah, super important to understand, to have that map awareness. I mean, it looks like they knew Fearless Esports was going to take the Tyrant, so they went for the Overlord themselves. They do pick that one up. Dao Dao is slowly whittling it away, and Tyrant actually just goes, he's like, yo, this damage is so little, I'm just going to go back in the cave and heal.
Unfortunately, Haku actually catches eyes onto what's happening here. Goes in, tries for the steal. Will he be able to get it? Will not be able to. Gets frozen in the process as well. But it's all okay, right? Nongshim RedForce, they're fine with this happening. Now, the Overlord and the Shadow Vanguards will start making their way, taking flight onto the top lane as well.
Yeah, it's going to be pushing, right? This is good. So space provided, at least in that top lane, but now Nongshim can use that.
Oh, Siri
do
gets
take the mid
caught!
T1.
Yep, it's going to be unstoppable, and that was all credits to Sinlin. Here we go. The beast form has been dropped as well. Sinlin looking for more, gets a whatever. Now they're looking for an opening, and at this point, Fearless Esports will be deterred by that path of passing. Haku is the only thing standing in their way.
Yeah, hello Siri, you are now dead. It looks like he's down for about 25 more seconds, unfortunately for him, and really, they can't fight without that. So it's like one of those things where if Kyung went down, they couldn't fight, they had to defend. Nongshim, Siri went down. Again, they have to back off, they can't really fight. So it's one of those things where, hey, you gotta be super careful. If we're gonna team fight, we all need to go together and not get picked off like that.
Yep, look at Singling though. Every single whatever he does just puts so much hurt onto the side of Nongshim RedForce. Now, because of this rotations by Singling, they have managed to take the T3 in the middle. The base has been equally cracked open on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, it's wide open in that mid lane. That's going to be a little bit scary for Nongshim, who have done a decent job, especially early, but they're starting to falter. I mean, they're down about 6K at this point. Fearless Esports are finding gaps, ways to just further expand that lead. The super minions are in the mid lane, and it looks like there's going to be a team fight in the bottom.
Eyes on Xingling. It's all a poke from the rest of the roster, right? For the side of Fearless Esports. They get some hits in on Dao Dao, not going to matter too much. And I like this, right? They actually abandoned the fight. So Xingling now in charge of just managing the waves.
Yeah, so it comes back to that top lane, right? Fearless Esports, we're looking to make an affront on that bottom T3, but not able to do it because they actually have to back off. Xingling is actually going to deal with that top lane, has to fix the lanes. Again, you don't want to be Winyan again, so it looks like Kyung is going to back off, and he's going to be fine, though.
Now, I like this risk-taking, though, by the side of Nongshim. They actually get the Azure Golem, so on the backlines, Haku may be able to find an opening. But actually gets spotted out by Xingling.
Yeah, gets spotted out, but look at Siri continuing to push.
Going to be dropped down as well. Illusion pops the Splendor. Time Flux is going to be used to save him for the time moment. But at this stage of the game, Fearless Esports, they open up a secondary lane. T3 on the top, exposed as well.
Actually, I'm wondering if Siri could have potentially ended that. I think that he could have put a little bit more front, and then Nongshim just kind of baited more in that top lane. It was actually kind of close. I don't know if he had enough minions to actually push it out. Obviously, Siri doesn't have, I mean, it's a little bit more difficult just trying to solo the base yourself, but, you know, you put a little bit of pressure. Maybe somebody from Fearless Esports get on, he tries to recall and gets back out so that you have a numbers advantage, but Nongshim not able to take advantage of that, and it looks like they're back to a 5-on-5.
Yep, I like the notion. Xingling once again catching out two. Oh my goodness, what a kick. It's going to be godlike. Xingling sets the stage. Can Fearless Esports finish the job here? Xingling going to take the fall as well. It's going to be a 1-for-1 shutdown on this. But on the back lines, Dao Dao is helping out the teammate. They're looking for Kyung. Now the mega tank is out. Where is Siri? Siri's dead as well. Now just left with Faye as well as Haku. The two against the world of Fearless Esports. And it looks like KK is laying down the pain. Haku not long for this world. The heals come in. It is going to be Haku taken out, and now Faye, one man against the world. What can he do?
Yeah, not much, especially when the other guy that was alive was Faye. He was just running for his life. I mean, he really had no chance. He was going to get bursted here, but it looks like they're going to be looking to close the game.
Yep, they controlled it, but Fearless Esports ended, and they will take game number 1.
Very well played there, right? Fearless Esports just really struck back, understanding that, hey, even if they're behind, they find ways to just claw back into these games. That was a really well-played game by Fearless Esports, understanding how to do so, and they, you know, how to deal with his auguring. Yes, Haku was kind of strong, and he was trying to do as much damage as possible, but he wasn't getting kills, and that's the biggest difference with that play.
Yep, I think there was not enough entry points coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce, right? So every time you had the path of passing coming in from Haku, it looked like a great opening, but it's something very predictable. And I think going up against Fearless Esports, you need something more than just predictability.
Yeah, and to be honest, I kind of feel like Sunbin, not the greatest hero for Faye. I didn't feel like there was a huge amount of impact that he had. I mean, he's 0-2-5 here at about 7,000, which is like, you know, half of what Haku had. Not the worst thing in the world against, you know, your own jungler, who's at the top of that. But I felt like there was a little bit of a less impact than would win on the Zhang Fei, for instance.
Yeah, and it's not helped out by the fact that, you know, KK was building full tank, right? He had the Doomsday Sparkforge Dagger and along with the Deep Frost Siege as well, and finishing it up with the Cuirass of Savagery. So he was not only able to tank, he was able to lay the pain down as well.
Yeah, but look at that damage dealt by Haku. 158,000, the most across all of the players. That is, of course, only hero damage. Really played it off. But, like, look, let's talk a little bit about Siri. I think it was a little underwhelming. Yes, he was split pushing, but the damage dealt to actual heroes, kind of underwhelming with only 59k.
Yeah, you know why? It's all due to Singling, right? This was a huge marker. Now, bear in mind, this goal lead, this 9,000 goal lead, looks great, but it wasn't the case for the entire game as well.
Yeah, and let's check out some of the highlights of what we just saw. I mean, again, they were both kind of going at it back and forth. It was a closer game than I think the net worth shows in the very, very end. Fearless Esports understanding just how to farm. And look at this team fight. Haku all the way up in front. Everybody else dying around him. But he's continuing to fight. Gets KK. This is that huge fight. And then this is where, you know, they kind of turn it around. Haku does survive somehow. But Fearless Esports almost pick out everybody else. Kind of a tough situation for them.
You know, but right at the start of the fight, I think Siri got taken out, and this is where the difference maker is, right? Because Singling is able to catch multiple people together with the whatever, and they get serious, and when you have so much CC, it's really hard to play as Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, it's tough. And so this is kind of where, like, is the Faye soon being the right hero here? I feel like they needed a little bit more control or some ways to deal with all that CC to kind of just cleanse it, right? I think you need something to really think about this in terms of like a draft.
Yeah, maybe a Zhuang Zhi, you know, with the butterfly effect. But nonetheless, let's take a look. Once again, Dao Dao retains that MVP position, this time dealing a total of 149,000 damage across the entire map to the members of the side of Nongshim RedForce 5, 1, and 6. If I want a jungler, I want Dao Dao in my team.
All right, I want my junglers to 150,000 damage minimum. This guy did not hit that threshold. I'm just kidding. Of course, I wouldn't want Dao Dao to be on my team. He just had a monster game. That was a great game for this MVP for Dao Dao. We expected this, and we expect him to continue on into game 2 because, again, he's just an absolute beast.
I'll be honest, I didn't expect it to be this close. So I think there is a silver lining for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Now, they are still a force to be reckoned with. This is just the first game, and I don't expect a super clean one. After this learning lesson from the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong, I think, you know, our Korean counterparts here, Nongshim RedForce, should be able to figure something out. But, you know, we'll give them some time to figure it out. We'll go on a short break. When we're back, let's see if Fearless Esports will deal the killing blow over to the Korean counterparts.
tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your ways.
Welcome back. It is time for the potential last game of the best of 3 series between Nongshim RedForce as well as Fearless Esports Hong Kong. Holler, what was Fearless Esports doing for you in game number 1?
They were doing quite a lot. I mean, we saw the Dao Dao show and on the Yuan just kind of take over, right? Just up in front, just doing a lot of damage and just being this nuisance and just like picking them off. But let's talk a little bit about Xinglin, because I feel like Xinglin really made Siri just have one of the toughest games ever. You know, on that Arlie, he was looking to split push, but every single time he was there, he just got caught. It was like, you know, Xinglin just had his number throughout the entire game.
Yeah, it's like he did some research on the series, right? And he just pulled off the expose of the century at this point. And now it's going to be a huge mental challenge for the side of Siri, because how do you recover from that?
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest thing, right? We haven't really seen teams really bounce back. And this is one of those things where it's a double elimination, right? This team is not going away. You have a potential to play them. I mean, you're going to play them again tomorrow. So you want to get your strategies right. And at this point, playing hard, even into game 2, just make things difficult for them so that they actually start to fear you.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point now, it feels like Nongshim's RedForce solution is, you know what, let's take the early again. It was just maybe a misplay per se. But Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they're going to follow up with the exact same picks here.
Yeah, and if it ain't broke, why fix it, right? I think that it's going to be fine for them, and just picking that up. Again, I think that they need to be a little bit more ways to protect the Arlie. I think Siri has the potential to do the damage, but she's very squishy, and it's hard to get away from people that just want to get up on you like the Mayan.
Okay, so you know what? Nongshim RedForce, the way they are drafting, it tells me, no, it is not a draft issue. It's really more of a execution issue.
Yeah.
Now, the big question is, does Nongshim RedForce ban out the Mayin?
I mean, it will be interesting to see if they want to do that, right? I think that this is looking to be awfully similar to what we saw in game 1 in terms of the draft. Agree with your thought process that, Nongshim doesn't think it's a draft issue. And I do agree. I think that they're still meta. They were playing things correctly. They were getting the Ogren as much farm as possible on the Haku. So I don't think that that's wrong. They were able to do damage, but it's just like the follow-up. It's like the complementary execution of, or the team fight coordination, so to speak.
Yeah, but this time now, they won't have the benefit of the time flux, right? I think time flux for the Sun Bin was huge in the team fights for the side of Nongshim RedForce, and paired it up with the ban onto Princess Frost, right? Who do you go with if you're from the side of Nongshim RedForce?
Yeah, look, I'm not a huge fan of the Sunbin pick. I know you like it. It was just banned here. Fearless Esports definitely had an issue with it, and they decided to ban it. But I think that there are better heroes to get into going into this one. And we'll find out, because, again, this 4th pick by Fearless Esports will be very telling of them. They're going to stick with their D-Renge. They're going to go with that. But to go into this one, Nongshim, they need to figure out ways to just, again, protect the Arlie. How do you do that?
Yeah, you know, it's a double-edged sword, because I obviously am much more aggressive in my mindset. I would prefer Lianpo in the support role for the side of Nongshim, right? So offense is the best defense. Let's make life difficult for them to execute the combinations as well. In fact, with the Tremor Smash, we can kind of proc the legal immunity from D-Renjie, and it's just one stack of it, right? I have 3 smashes.
Yeah, I mean, that's one option, right? Just setting that one up. And again, it just kind of creates a little bit more chaos, but it looks like they're going to go with the Angela Motes pick. I like this. You have the Chaos Cinder Cannon Blast combination into the Blazing Brilliance that just burns and blows somebody up. I think Nongshim needed a little bit more help from the other heroes, and this is a nice 1-2 punch to kind of add into that.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? Hopefully that will be the knockout blow. We've already seen the premise of having a good Angela, the burst from the Chaos in the Blazing Brilliance combination, is something that is really hard to deal with. And one of the things is a tank shredder. So this Zhang Fei might not matter as much.
Yeah, might not matter as much, but I think that he has the potential to just, push people away, and just all you want to do is stay alive and potentially, help your own teammates as well. And so the Zhang Fei, again, very meta. I think that it's still a very good pick. You're almost always going to be okay with the Zhang Fei on your team.
Yeah, for sure. And at this point, I like the lane pick. I think it looks like they want to mirror the aggression coming in from the side of Fearless Esports, right? So sure, you can have the dive coming in from the Zhang Fei. Our lane will do the same to your backline.
Yeah, and the Elaine is great. You know, just trying to jump onto the Angela of the Moats, the last 2 picks. So the Elaine makes a lot of sense. It has a lot of, you know, ways to just get on there and just be like a, you know, attract attention. You can Death at Sunset either aggressively or defensively, depending on what you need. So it has a lot of potential. So again, it kind of rounds out the draft. I like Fearless Esports draft on this one.
Yep, let's take a look at how this game is going to go. Potential last game here. Nongshim RedForce looking for survival against Fearless Esports Hong Kong.
Yeah, and this would be huge for them, right? Nongshim realizing that they lost the first game, not the end of the world. Let's figure out how to bounce back, really stick it to Fearless Esports. Because right now, Fearless Esports must be feeling good. I mean, if they were to 2-0 both of the squads, you got to be feeling super confident going into day 2.
Yep, essentially they have already half punched their ticket to the Kings Championship happening in October, right?
Okay, half punch doesn't count, right? If you're gonna go to a carnival or fair, that's not how it works, okay? It's either a full punch or it's a nothing, all right?
All right, obviously I haven't worked as an ticketing admin before, but you know, this is how it's gonna be.
Okay, yes. I just want to clarify because, you know, none of this half-punching stuff, it's not going to happen. But, all right, let's talk a little bit about Nongshim. Of course, we know that Haku on the Ogren, probably your biggest carry here. But Fearless Esports, who needs to really step up in this game to just kind of close out the series?
I think it has to be the Elaine, right? Because at this point, he's going to be the marker of entry. Because Dao Dao is definitely going to tank up the front lines, but Dao Dao is falling a bit low. Here comes the counter initiation as well. Illusion falling quite low. But I don't think there's going to be a killing blow just yet. Cannon Blast does not land on its mark, but Haku's around the corner, and they might be pushing Dao Dao out of space at this point. Going to use the Tragic Beauty and the Mournful Tempo, but here comes the invade. Oh my goodness, a big one. Haku secures that EXP.
Yeah, just takes the with his smite. He just then path of passing / surfboards on out of there, and he's going to be fine. Just backing off. Haku just being, you know, providing a little bit of aggression in this mid lane, just taking some of the farm away from Illusion here.
Yeah, and at this point, I think I like this aggression, right, coming out from Nongshim. They have stolen quite a few camps already. Fearless Esports has not done the same, but I think maybe they're just having slightly more last hits in the lane.
Yeah, and Xingling backing off here. And I think that
another one.
Oh, and another one. DJ calling? No? Okay.
Yeah.
And another one. But okay, Xingling I think is the biggest one. I think he was the X factor in that last game. Really set them up for success. Just being able to just kind of harass the Siri, get up on him, do a lot of damage. I think if Nongshim kind of put a little bit more pressure on the Xingling where he isn't able to free farm as much as he did in the last game, I think they're going to have a much better time.
Oh, for sure. I like the bait play there with the fake TP from Kyong. That's going to slow down the aggression from Fearless Esports Hong Kong. They could have taken so much more damage onto this T1 on the bot lane.
Yeah, and it would have helped, right? But it looks like Fearless Esports providing a lot of resources in that bottom lane. Fable is just sticking around looking for that perfect Ocean of Tears. Illusion is going to join. They're trying to go for the Cannon Blast, but in the top lane,
yep, it's going to be a one-on-one as Xingling suffers at the hands of Kyong, but the real action's at the bot, and it looks like both teams, they don't want to overcommit. They know what's on the line here, right? Fearless Esports are on the cusp of a clean 2-0, and no blemishes on the record.
Yeah, they don't want to give this one up. First Blood, they want to play things a little bit cautiously. I think that there's a lot of respect between these two teams. They're not doing anything like super aggressive, forcing it out, making things happen. But it's more of like, hey, what is happening? Where are the minions? How do we just slow the game down?
Oh, nice knockup. Illusion gets caught in the middle of two. He's going to be the first blood of this fight. And this is not a perfect situation to be in for the side of Nongshim RedForce because the first objective of the game has spawned. This is going to be the Tyrant and Haku. He's going to try. Let's see if he gets the Papa passing. Will not be able to get it. In fact, it is Woodwind who secures the first Tyrant of the game. Catch his eyes on a Seaweed here.
Yeah, and I don't like that play by Illusion. And this is, oh, going in.
Oh no, overcommitment, and once again, second kill. Fable, 2 kills on hand, and this is the perfect start of the game for the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. It was kind of actionless for the first 3-4 minutes, and right off the bat, Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they take the lead.
Yeah, and oh, Unending Sorrow keeping him alive. But okay, when Illusion gave up First Blood, he was hiding in that bush, and he was gonna be hit from all sides. This is my problem with Angela and the fact that you're so immobile. What are you gonna do? Why are you in the one bush in the river? And then you have no get out of jail free card. You have no ways to just kind of keep yourself elusive. You're just stuck there. So it's like pretty much all or nothing. Yeah, you might get the Chaos Cinder Blazing Brilliance, but it's one of those things where when you're getting hit from all sides, the Blazing Brilliance isn't even that good.
I mean, it's a high risk, high reward kind of play, right? And if you take a look at what Fearless Esports Hong Kong are doing, they're kind of ramping up the pacing, because instead of going for the Venomous Staff as a utility, Fable actually went for the Mask of Agony. They want to end this game quick. They want to melt them down.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense. I mean, they're starting to feel it. Fearless Esports, again, very good with the lead. They understand how to play things out. Although Blazing Brilliance.
Not going to do much at this point, right? What can they do? Haku is now in the middle of 3. The stuns might come in, and it's not going to be helpful at all for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, but one thing to take note of, KK did fall in that bottom lane. Nongshim now have a numbers advantage.
Okay, it's going to be a 3, 4, 5 members on the side of Nongshim RedForce. It's Haku. He gets stunned up. Not enough damage. Conductor Su is going to be laid down. Dao in trouble at this point. Going to make it out safely. The save comes in, but Siri gets the kill onto the mid laner. They trade out. 2 for 1 at this point. Is it big enough for the side of Nongshim? A good trade, not enough. They will not be able to take the T1, and Fearless Esports Hong Kong survive.
Yes, somehow survived, but I would say actually it's on Xinglin, right? The bat signal was being put up in the sky. Haku was chasing after them. Everyone from Fearless Esports was on the run, but then Xinglin came out and just destroyed Haku, got that kill, and that's going to be a huge one. Xinglin with this superhero save.
Okay, I didn't notice it, but how did KK die, man?
KK just died. He got ganked in the bottom lane. I think he got Cannon Blasted and then just kind of set up with the Kyung.
Okay, so I mean, we do see the merits, right, of Nongshim RedForce's draft with the instant combination. Cannon Blast into Chaos Cinders, instant kill because you have the Blazing Brilliance as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of set up. I mean, the draft is decent. I don't have an issue with it. I just feel like it's all about execution at this point.
Yeah, but it's tough, right? Because they play from range, and all they have to do on the side of Fearless is to sidestep all of the skills, right? Blazing Brilliance, yes, is a long-range skill, but the range isn't as crazy as all Angela players would like it to be. And Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they definitely know the extension of the range.
Yeah. I mean, understanding that is key, right? In sort of any sort of potential team fight, the kiting and the poking and the prodding and everything is going to be super important. So just kind of forcing that out. But Haku, oh, he's going to get caught on.
Yeah, he's going to get caught. Conductor so is going to be laid down as well. Haku falling so low, but it is going to be death at sunset. Rightly so. Nice kill on Xingling, and this is going to open up the doors for the T1 on the mid. Dao taking a couple of hits as well. Does he have his ultimate? Will have it as well. It's going to be the Melody of Peace this time. The healing function coming out as they look to put more pressure in the T2. Faye gonna lay down a couple of Cannon Blasts, Chaos Cinders as well, but there's too much damage. Faye is so low, he has to back off, and once again, Fearless Esports take another win, and now the map is open.
Yeah, and this is kind of what you're talking about. Okay, you know, when teams, we talk about, we make the joke that, hey, they either win or they learn, right? But Fearless Esports, they won last game, and they learned because of the fact that they actually went with the Elaine pick. That Death at Sunset, picking off Haku, key. Haku got away so many times, and as I say that, sorry, Haku did get the steal on this one, but Haku gets away because of the fact that, you know, he has that path to pass.
Yep, they get the steal, but can they survive the fight? That's the big one. They don't look any lower on the side of Fearless Esports. They get the first kill of this. It's going to be Haku and Kyung. 2 deaths in the space of 10 seconds. Now Illusion, Siri, and Faye, they don't have the tank ability. And KK, he's super healthy. The Leaping Savior are going to lay down the shields as well. It is all about Fearless Esports Hong Kong. They got the buff stolen, but they're going to take away the structures on the side of Nongshim RedForce's base.
Yeah, I don't think, I mean, that's not the worst thing in the world for Fearless Esports, if anything. They got those 2 kills, it sets things up, and it looks like they're going to even push into the bottom T3, do a little chip damage, but Haku's back up, and it looks like Fearless Esports are kind of just looking to back off and regroup.
Yep. 3,000 gold in the pocket in advantage. Now they have control of the entire map as well. The reset's going to come in for the Shadow Overlord in a half a minute or so, and I don't see how this is going to be good for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I mean, they're already down about 4K. They're just trying to find ways to get back in. But Fearless Esports attacking on all levels, right? Siri pushing the bottom lane. Haku is just looking to invade the enemy jungle, so they're giving up their own, T2s for some sort of farm, just trying to get anything on the map.
Yep, Haku doesn't want to risk the walk back. Even with the pass of passing, he will look to initiate that TP. But once again, Siri gets caught out. It's two different members. He's going to use his lift step. Not going to be able to survive for much longer. He's going to slip and slide, but he slides into his death. Right now, it is about the Shadow Overlord. All of the attention is going to be placed on it for the side of Nongshim RedForce. But the cavalry is here. Will they get the steal? They will have to let it reset. And right now, Chaos Cinder is laid down. The stuns come in, but Leaping Savior gives them the shield as well. The Beast Form has been unleashed. And once again, Dao on the backlines. He's going to make life a hell for the side of Nongshim RedForce. The spice is just not enough. Fearless Esports, they take 3 as they march down the mid lane.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be almost looking to end this game here. Kyung actually has to recall back, but they're continuing.
Yep, they're gonna try and get the stuns on. The life bars are falling low, but it's still a kill. Kyung out of the picture, out of the game. And it looks like Fearless Esports will not be denied. Once again, congratulations, a clean 2-0. They sit atop of the table.
Yeah, and that's perfectly what you wanted for Fearless Esports, right? I think Xinglin just had Siri's number throughout. Siri's going to go home tonight. He's going to be sleeping, and he's going to have nightmares of Xinglin just chasing after him, just chasing him down to the ends of the earth, making sure that he has a bad game. But Nongshim RedForce, man, they got pummeled on that one.
Yep, he's gonna need to go for a software upgrade at this point. Firmware upgrade, whatever upgrade there is, right? Whatever updates. But what a game from Fearless Esports Hong Kong. It never really felt like the game was out of their control.
Yeah, they were in full control. I mean, throughout. I mean, there was a little bit of back and forth in the early game, and that's always the test, where you're just kind of like feeling the water, seeing how we're going to get it. But once they had a couple openings and they just turned it on, and it was just pretty much all Fearless Esports from then on.
Yeah, exactly. And for once, we see the Tyrants here having some success onto the Gorge now. And it looks like it's not the hero, it's the player.
Okay. No, I do agree with you. I think he had a great game on this one. I mean, he really stepped up. 3-1-6. He had about 8,000, which is only second to the team. I mean, to Xinglin. But man, Xinglin, this guy is on another level. As the Clash laner, he's so independent. He's a strong, independent man in that top lane, just doing so much damage, making his impact heard or felt throughout the entire game.
Yeah, and you know what? This time Fable really did it for me. His choice to go more aggressive in itemization first really changed the game because he put a stop to the growth on the side of Nongshim RedForce. Take a look at the damage that they dealt across the board. This time, it's much more even across the entirety of Fearless Esports, right? But 66,000 and 62,000 coming out from Dao and Fable, they were so painful.
Yeah, so painful. And of course, that's just hero damage. I mean, we talk about how Fearless Esports are just so balanced across the board, right? In terms of all the players, everybody's stepping up, everyone understands their roles, and they're just kind of taking the fight to Nongshim. They were not able to recover from this, trying to struggle, and the gold graph speaks of this, right? In the sense that it was almost all Fearless Esports almost the entire way.
Yeah, a steady bubbling growth, right? And this is all because they understood, hey, let's not make the first mistake here. They took the first blood instead, right? They learned from their mistakes. Like you said, game 1, they gave the kill over to the Ogryn. So Haku had a great start in game 1. But this time they say, no, Haku, you will not get the first blood. We will take out your members instead.
Yeah, and I think that Nongshim, going into this one, they were like, this is the draft we want. It could not have been any better for them. So I think that, again, considering they picked the same draft in 2 games back to back, says that this is the draft that we want to test and we want to go with. But the fact that Fearless Esports dominated in both of them, this has got to be very discouraging as Nongshim, and they need to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, it's just a better understanding of the heroes, right? They fully understood Illusion's range, and they just played around that circle of that damage. And once again, MVP Dao, he made sure the distancing was always correct. He dove when it mattered. He made sure the distance was always far away, and Illusion could never hit that damage counter onto his counterparts on the team.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that, I think production was just like, hey, we don't want to update this screen and we're just going to have doubt. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Of course, he's going to be the MVP. He just like his vision, his damage, everything that you want to do for the Yuan he's just been on point. And the fact that they were like, hey, we're going to give up the Ogryn. We have the Yuan. We're going to be fine. We have nothing to worry about. We know how to counter him.
Yeah, you want this, you want, right? So this is Fearless Esports Hong Kong. They are going to make it out into the second day of the competition atop of everyone, not dropping a single match, 2-0s across the board. Now, this is going to put them at the best chance of qualifying in and representing the Pacific region's play-in for the Kings Championship.
Yeah, and we want the best coming in from the Pacific squad, right? I mean, there's only 3 teams here, but it looks like they're really showing up. I mean, they're the Pacific Open Series champs, and they might even win out in the Pacific play-in as well. Well deserved if they can move on. But of course, I'm getting way ahead of myself, considering we have a whole nother day with 3 more games. Of course, it's going to be SCARZ, it's going to be FE, Fearless Esports Hong Kong, and of course, Nongshim. The round robin, the secondary one, is going to happen tomorrow.
Oh yeah, for sure. And tomorrow will be a tougher day. So you know what? Today has been a day of feeling each other out. They kind of know, okay, these are the standards. These are the inclinations of every team. So tonight is a very important timeline for all 3 teams. How do we, reinforce the strategies that we have? How do we make ourselves even stronger? Tomorrow is not going to be a day of clean sweeps, right? So tomorrow we will see you back here again at 4 p.m. GMT +8, where Nongshim RedForce going to take a return game against Fearless Esports at the start of the day, and then we'll have our rematch between SCARZ and Fearless Esports, and finally we will conclude with SCARZ against RedForce Nongshim. Now,
Yeah.
tomorrow, I'm expecting 2-1s across the board, man.
Yeah, I'm hoping so, right? I think both of these, all 3 teams right now have learned quite a bit. I think that tomorrow is going to be even spicier. Teams are going to just want it more. They're going to have the right counters. They need to do their research. So it's going to be very interesting going into day 2. But of course, we had a great day 1. Thank you, Kindo Fu. And my name is Haller, and we will see you tomorrow.
tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your